Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's exam prep. Welcome to the last weekend classes for internal security. In the last week, if you guys remember, we had covered a number of important topics. We had covered Naxalism, we had covered terrorism as well, including all the basic concepts and the Khalistan movement. So today, we shall continue the discussion. If you guys remember again, we had started with insurgency and terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. We understood in the last class that J&K was primarily affected by cross-border terrorism, where Pakistan played a direct role in fueling the separatist movement in J&K. We understood how frustration, resentment had built up amongst the Kashmiri youth by 1980s, which was exploited by Pakistan to sponsor extremism against India. So the insurgency and terrorism in J&K can be traced back to the elections of 1987. There were rumors that were spread that the elections were rigged by the government of India, that the government was favoring one party and one particular leader. So this allegation, it triggered the frustration that was there, the resentment that had built up, and it led to the breakout of a separatist movement in Jammu and Kashmir. So from 1987 onwards, the scale of violence increased and Pakistan capitalized on this opportunity. Pakistan exploited this opportunity created by the rumors that were spread that the state elections were being manipulated. So from here onwards, we started seeing a major spike in militancy in J&K. Large-scale violence, directly backed by Pakistan, became a common feature of Jammu and Kashmir, and 1990s was the most violent decade for Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan not only supported the Kashmiri separatist groups, but it also established dedicated Kashmir-centric terror organizations. Pakistan gave shelter to the Kashmiri separatist elements, and it also created very new anti-India terror groups such as Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and the others. And Pakistan also introduced the Mujahideen fighters from Afghanistan into J&K. Right? This is what we had studied in the last class. Pakistan added a religious angle to this conflict. Pakistan turned this into a Hindu-Muslim issue by trying to introduce religious radicalism and by pushing foreign terrorists as well into J&K. So as a result, the scale of violence increased because all these terrorist organizations, which had a lot of support in Pakistan, they could easily sneak across the line of control into India and carry out terror attacks against Indian forces and against Indian civilians as well. So to tackle this violence, India brought in the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. AFSPA was extended to J&K, and the Indian Army was given the lead role to counter terrorism. Indian Army was deployed in a counter-terrorist, counter-insurgency role because of the threat that India faced in Jammu and Kashmir. Because we were not just dealing with a local separatist movement led by the Kashmiri groups, but there was direct cross-border support coming from Pakistan. There was introduction of foreign terrorists from the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. There was supply of weapons from across the border. Terror sanctuaries had come up in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and also along the Af-Pak border. So given the Pakistani involvement, the state involvement, it was essential for India to take extreme measures. And that is the reason why AFSPA was extended here and Indian Army was given the lead role to counter insurgency and terrorism. Pakistan used the terror groups to target the religious minorities as well, which led to the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandits were specifically targeted by the terror groups at the behest of Pakistan. This was Pakistan's plan to widen the conflict, to ensure that this turns into a communal issue across the country. So as minority Hindus were targeted by radical jihadist outfits, this quickly turned into a Hindu-Muslim issue and it had a widespread communal impact across India as well. That's why I explained in the last class that even today, when you discuss the Kashmir issue anywhere in India, it is largely seen by the people as a Hindu-Muslim issue. Initially, when the separatist movement began, it wasn't essentially based on the religious characteristics. The religious character was introduced by Pakistan as part of its covert war against India. Because remember, Pakistan had sworn to bleed India through 1,000 cuts. Pakistan had sworn to take revenge against India for 1971 by widening the social divides in our country. So using Kashmir to widen the Hindu-Muslim divide was one of the strategies that Pakistan followed, and it does have an impact even today. Even today, the J&K insurgency and terrorism acquires a religious color, it acquires a communal angle, and it divides India. So that is how Pakistan succeeded in widening the communal divides in the country. Pakistan has constantly tried to exploit this. So this decade saw the large-scale deployment of security forces. India stepped up its security measures along the line of control as well. And we saw the increase in terror attacks throughout this decade. So it was only by 2001, 2003 that the violence started declining to an extent. We discussed how the United States got involved in the region after the 9/11 attacks. The US had invaded Afghanistan, and for the Americans, it was a priority to hunt Al-Qaeda and to remove Taliban from power. So this led US to rely on Pakistan for support, as Pakistan was closely linked with Al-Qaeda and Taliban. So US put a lot of pressure on Pakistan and India as well to reduce the tensions, because as long as there are tensions between India and Pakistan, Pakistan would not assist the United States. It won't be able to concentrate on Afghanistan. Instead, Pakistan would be preoccupied with India, which wouldn't serve American interests. So as a result, from 1999 to 2000 itself, the US involvement had started increasing. Because don't forget, India-Pakistan had tested nuclear weapons by 1998. In 1999, we fought a brutal conflict, the Kargil conflict. That was the first time ever in our history, in the history of mankind, that two nuclear-armed countries have fought a direct conflict. So since 98-99 itself, the US got deeply involved in the India-Pakistan relationship, and it started exerting pressure on both the countries to reduce the tensions. Because all global powers were worried that there might be a war between India and Pakistan, which might reach the nuclear threshold. Then after that, we witnessed the 9/11 attacks carried out by Al-Qaeda, which dragged US directly into South Asia. And as US prioritized the war in Afghanistan, it put even more pressure on India and Pakistan to normalize the relationship. So as a result of this American pressure, Pakistan agreed to uphold the ceasefire again in 2003. The ceasefire, which was agreed in 1949, the 1949 ceasefire, which was worked out under Karachi Agreement. It was reiterated by India and Pakistan committed to uphold this ceasefire. So as a result, the support for infiltration and the extent of terrorism slightly went down post 2003. So this is a very important trend that you should be able to understand. So from 1987 to 2003, these 16 years saw the peak of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. This was the peak period of insurgent and terrorist attacks in J&K. But post 2003, we saw a relative decline. We have seen a relative decline in violence in Jammu and Kashmir. It doesn't mean that J&K became stable entirely, but compared to 1990s, the scale of violence has gone down in the last 2 decades, in the last 20 years. But every now and then, Pakistan has backed cross-border infiltration, and whenever it is convenient for Pakistan, it has tried creating troubles for India even after 2003. For example, between 2008 to 2011 under the Manmohan Singh government. Then from 2015 till now under the Modi government, Pakistan has tried to create new troubles for India, and it has even instigated mob violence in order to trigger unrest in Kashmir. It has not only supported the separatist and terrorist elements, now it is working with few locals as well who have negative sentiments against India. And by triggering these mobs, Pakistan has promoted the mobs to carry out stone pelting against Indian forces. This is again a deliberate strategy, a deliberate tactic. Because in 2008, after the Mumbai attacks, the Manmohan Singh government stepped up India's efforts to counter terrorism. So as India started more seriously targeting the terror groups, right, there was a resistance that we faced from few elements in Kashmir as well. When Indian Army would carry out counter-terrorist operations, we saw that local civilians, they would mob together, create a situation, and they would target the security forces. They would try to prevent the forces from conducting the operation. They would start pelting stones as well against the Indian forces in order to disrupt the operation. And if terrorists were killed, some of the locals would take their dead bodies and they would parade them, triggering even more negative sentiments against India. So such rallies, public rallies would be held, which would quite often turn violent, and Indian forces would be at the receiving end. We saw this happening again from 2015 onwards under the Modi government. A new batch of terrorists were being groomed. So when some of these terrorists were targeted by Indian forces, such as Burhan Wani, when Burhan Wani was killed by the Indian army, it triggered a fresh wave of protests and mob violence in the Kashmir Valley. So India believes that such acts of mob violence and targeted disruption of Indian army operations, it's been a deliberate part of Pakistan's strategy. Why? Because Pakistan is looking to trigger the Indian forces, deliberately trying to disrupt the operations so that the forces will respond. They will act against the mobs, against the violent crowd, which will result in civilian casualties. Correct? Because when a live encounter is going on, if local civilians mob the encounter location, if they try to surround the Indian forces, try to disrupt their operation and pelt stones against them, obviously the Indian forces will try to disperse the crowd. Right? Other forces as well, like CRPF and even Jammu and Kashmir police, they will be involved in dealing with such situations on the ground with the Indian army. So they will open fire, they might use pellet guns, they might use tear gas to disperse the crowd and to break up the mobs. And this leads to certain casualties where women, children, or old people, they might get injured. Some civilians might get killed. And these pictures, these visuals are captured by the media. Pakistan will pick this up. It will pick up these images, these visuals, and it will deliberately publicize them at global platforms. This is a strategy that Pakistan has followed in the last few years. We have seen this happening repeatedly. So it's not a coincidence. This is a deliberate planned strategy. A strategy where Pakistan is pushing the infiltration of terrorists. And when Indian army tries to target them, it instigates the mobs to disrupt the operations deliberately. So as mob violence increases, Indian forces will respond. They'll try to contain the mob, which will result in casualties on the ground, where civilians are injured or killed. And these visuals, images will be spread by Pakistan as part of its propaganda. Essentially, Pakistan will try to internationalize the Kashmir conflict. It wants to bring international attention to it. Is that clear? Pakistan would splash these images at United Nations, at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and at other such international platforms to accuse India of committing human rights violations in Kashmir. This has been a deliberate strategy on the part of Pakistan. So these are the unconventional threats that Pakistan has created for India. Here we are not just dealing with the state threat from Pakistan. There are many non-state threats being created, not just by supporting separatism and terrorism, but also by instigating mob-related incidents. Then Pakistan has even exploited other internal issues of India, like Article 370, the Citizenship Amendment Act, right? The controversial Citizenship Amendment Act led to protests across the country, including in Jammu and Kashmir. So Pakistan brought up this issue as well at the UN and OIC and accused India of targeting Muslims in the country. Then finally, when India revoked the special status of J&K in 2019, right? Pakistan criticized this as well and brought up the issue at global platforms. So this is a new kind of targeted operations that we are seeing from Pakistan. There is a diplomatic pressure that Pakistan is trying to exert on India, trying to bring more international focus on Kashmir so that other countries would criticize India and put more pressure on India. So this is something we reject entirely because these are internal matters of India. Yes, there might be problems, there might be issues, but these are internal issues of India. India will deal with it. No other country has a standing to dictate what India should do in Kashmir. But Pakistan is deliberately trying again and again in the last 15-20 years to bring that global spotlight on Kashmir so that India comes under more international pressure. Is that clear? So the scale of terrorism has gone down, insurgency has gone down, but every now and then we see these spikes in terrorism and insurgency as well. Every few years, there are few major attacks which keep happening in Jammu and Kashmir, but compared to 1990s, the situation is much, much better because our security preparation, our security preparedness has improved. We have started focusing on development as well. Along with improved security, India has prioritized the development of J&K. So this has helped India to contain the threat to a large extent. Understood? So let us take a look at the mitigation efforts undertaken by the Indian government in order to address the negative sentiments on the ground. Because you can't ignore the root causes. As I told you, in Jammu and Kashmir, there were some genuine root causes. The lack of development, the lack of progress, the lack of available political constitutional rights was one of the core issues which triggered the Kashmiri youth to take up the path of insurgency and terrorism. So while we deal with the state support coming from Pakistan and the terrorist elements, it is important to address some of the genuine root causes as well. Without that, we won't be able to tackle such homegrown movements. Such movements which have local domestic support cannot be tackled without addressing the root causes. So on one hand, we have stepped up the security operations, right? The Indian intelligence agencies, the Indian Army, and all the other security forces. They are proactively involved in the operations to strengthen our preparedness against terrorism, while we are parallelly focusing on the developmental issues as well. So let me take you through some of the development-related initiatives under which India is trying to address the local issues, the genuine root causes that exist at the grassroots. So let's take a look at this and then we'll talk about Article 370 and its impact and what has happened in the last 3 to 4 years. That is more important for our exams. See, the government of India has, of course, adopted a multi-pronged strategy, meaning multiple steps have been taken to counter the extremist threat in Kashmir. Apart from the calculated security approach, we have implemented a political approach, a developmental administrative approach as well. Now, what do you mean by this? When I say a security approach, I'm referring to improved border security along the line of control. We have deployed high-tech surveillance equipment along the borders to check infiltration. We are using satellites, drones. We are using thermal cameras, motion detectors, underground tunnel scanners. Such advanced technology is being deployed to check any possible infiltration attempt from across the line of control. The BSF, which is responsible for guarding the India-Pakistan border, has been very proactive in improving border security, because this is critical to prevent the cross-border movement of the terrorists from POK into India. The intelligence agencies, both IB and RAW, they have been very active in the Kashmir theater, and they have targeted several terrorist outfits. Both IB and RAW, they have tried infiltrating these terror groups. They've tried to develop reliable intelligence on these terrorist outfits, so that by using this intelligence, the Indian Army can carry out targeted operations. Is that clear? And the Indian Army is assisted by the CRPF and by the J&K police. They also get involved in counterinsurgency, counter-terrorist operations, and CRPF and J&K police, they are involved in mob control as well. They work closely with the Indian Army to not just help in ongoing counter-terrorist operations, but also to control the mobs on the ground. So this is how India has improved its security preparedness. But on the political and developmental front, there are many initiatives taken to address the genuine root causes. For example, we have initiated political dialogues in order to engage with the local people and the local representatives. Various committees have been set up which have interacted with all the political elements in J&K. The Manmohan Singh government had set up an eminent panel by drawing experts from various fields, and they were asked to visit Kashmir. Similarly, the various ministers of the cabinet, they have been brought under a committee, and they have been asked to visit Jammu and Kashmir to meet the people, to engage with all the political parties, the intellectuals, the students, the businesses on the ground, in order to understand their grievances. Understanding their political grievances and trying to address them is very crucial. So talking to all the elements in J&K has been a policy of the Indian government. Not just the political parties in J&K, but even the local panchayat level leaders, the sarpanches at the panchayat level, right? The colleges, the universities, the political stakeholders, the media, right, and the businesses. We have tried engaging with all of them to initiate a political democratic process. You cannot restore faith in democracy without initiating the democratic process, right? Because in a conflict zone where AFSPA is in place, basic rights should have been curbed. As we have studied, AFSPA gives special powers to the security forces, which could lead to violation of fundamental rights. It allows the Indian security forces to even take the life of a suspect. It gives legal immunity to the Indian forces for their acts in such a conflict zone. And in such conflict zones, there are restrictions on right to free speech and expression. Every now and then, mobile connectivity, internet connectivity is suspended. Right to press, right to free media is also curbed. Right to movement, right to association is curbed, which are basic fundamental rights. So it's important to address these political constitutional demands. And for that, you have to engage in a political democratic process. Ensure that regular elections are held. regular elections, not just at the state level, but also at the panchayat level. Because this is what will help restore faith in democracy and faith in the Indian Constitution. That's why so many committees were set up to engage with all the stakeholders in J&K. Is that clear? So this has been a policy of India, and in fact, the previous governments, that is before the Modi government, the governments had a policy of even engaging with separatists, be it the Narasimha Rao government of 1990s or the Vajpayee government and even the Manmohan Singh government. They were engaging with the separatists, and we were talking to the Hurriyat Conference, or just known as the Hurriyat. What is Hurriyat? Hurriyat is a coalition of separatist groups in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, we had discussed in the last class that in J&K, there were a few local separatist groups. Some were armed organizations like JKLF, Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, which is recently in news as well. Just 2 days ago, the leader of JKLF, Yasin Malik, right, is undergoing a trial with his involvement in a terror attack. So that ongoing case was in news just 2 days ago. So local separatist groups of Kashmir includes terrorist groups like JKLF as well. And there are few political separatist groups as well. There were few separatists who were advocating separatism, who were fighting for independence from India, right? So this coalition of separatist groups that includes some political organizations and armed insurgent terrorist groups, that forms the Hurriyat. Now, these are Indian citizens. Please understand this. They might have got support from Pakistan. They might have waged a war against India. But at the end of the day, these are Indian citizens who are in conflict with the Indian state. So just like we have engaged with Naxals, just like we have talked with Northeast insurgents, even here the government was talking to the separatist elements as well. The previous governments had a policy of engaging with the Hurriyat. We even allowed Hurriyat leaders to engage with Pakistan as well. Because whether we like it or not, Pakistan is a stakeholder in Kashmir. Given the nature of the Kashmir dispute, Pakistan eventually is a stakeholder in the conflict. There will not be peace and stability in Kashmir without bringing Pakistan on board. So previous governments were following this approach where they would talk to all the elements, the political parties, the leaders, the representatives, and they would engage with separatist elements as well by talking to the Hurriyat Conference. But the Modi government has changed this policy. The current policy of the Indian government is that we will not talk to separatists in Kashmir. It has suspended all the talks with the Hurriyat, and in fact, most Hurriyat leaders have been arrested and jailed as well. Now see, let us not judge which policy is right, which policy is wrong. It's the discretion of the government of the day to conduct the policy as it seems fit, right? But I'm just explaining that this was the previous approach, but this is the new approach. Which one is better? History will judge that. History will be the judge of what's the better policy towards Kashmir. The previous understanding was, if we are talking to Naxals, if we are talking to Northeast insurgents, then we should be talking to Kashmiri separatists as well. It's just another conflict zone, right? You cannot resolve conflicts without engaging with everyone. That includes the separatists. Now, Modi government itself has engaged with Northeast insurgents. In the next chapter, you'll understand the peace deals that the Modi government has signed with separatist groups in Northeast India. So on what basis is the government not talking to Hurriyat? That has not been clear. The government has said in Kashmir that we shouldn't talk to terrorists. But if that is the point, then why are we talking to Northeast insurgents, right? So it is debatable. It's a political topic as well. It's politically controversial. So let's not get into it. That is not relevant for the exam. But just understand the policy. The policy before 2014 was that India was engaging with all the political elements, including the separatist elements. We were talking to Hurriyat Conference as well. But after 2014, the Modi government has changed the policy that we will not talk to separatists in Kashmir. We will not engage with Hurriyat, and accordingly, the political process also has been limited in J&K. In the last 9 years, the direct political engagement of the center with Kashmir has gone down, it has declined. Some experts say that this is a cause for concern, that center is approaching Kashmir as just a security problem without addressing the political root causes. But some say that this should be the approach, this is the right approach, that government should not talk to any extremist elements, we should directly follow the security approach to deal with these extremists, right? So it is a debatable topic, it is a political topic as well. So please understand the policy, but don't judge whether this is right or wrong, because it's impossible to be neutral here. And essentially for the exam, from an examination point of view, the topic beyond this will not be relevant. Just understand what has been the approach of the Indian government when it comes to the political process. Previously, we have engaged with all the elements, including separatists, but now we have stopped engaging with the separatists, and even the political process has gone down in the last 9 years. Then apart from that, a number of developmental administrative measures have been taken up to bring some progress, to bring some stability and normalcy to Jammu and Kashmir. India has tried reviving people-to-people relations between J&K and POK, because the partition and the 1947 war, it permanently divided the people of Kashmir, right? Kashmir was essentially broken into two parts. Pakistan occupied these areas illegally, which should have been Indian territory. So since then, these families have been separated. The trade, the local economy has been affected. The cultural ties have been affected. So we have made attempts in the past to try and revive this. When things were a little stable in early 2000, especially under the Vajpayee government, attempts were made to reunite the separated families on both the sides. Prime Minister Vajpayee initiated a new outreach towards Pakistan. He tried restoring the friendly ties between India and Pakistan, and the trade was resumed. Bus and train services were resumed. So as part of this improvement that happened in India-Pakistan relations in late 90s and early 2000, we tried to improve people-to-people relations between the two sides of Kashmir. Border trade was facilitated. This would help improve the local economy for the Kashmiri people. Local bus services were started, for example, between Srinagar and Muzaffarabad. If Srinagar is seen as the capital of Kashmir, Muzaffarabad is the hub on the other side in POK, that is under Pakistani occupation. So direct bus services were started between Poonch and Rawalkot. The idea was to promote the movement of people, the Kashmiris, to allow the families to reunite, to allow the families to interact, promote local border trade, which could boost the local economy as well. These measures, they go a long way in healing the wounds. It repairs the damage that has been caused, right? It brings the people together. So such people-centric measures were taken up when things were slightly better in the India-Pakistan relations. But as Pakistan got more aggressive, as Pakistan continued relying on terrorism as a weapon against India, this has been completely disrupted. Especially after Mumbai attacks, after Uri and Pulwama attacks, there is no incentive for India to continue such engagement with Pakistan. So in the last 15 years, we have seen a complete disruption of people-to-people relations between J&K and POK. Attempts were made previously. We were making progress here. This was much needed. But unfortunately, it has taken a hit. And again, India is not to be blamed here. It is Pakistan which is to be blamed. Pakistan's continuing usage of terrorism against India has disrupted the normal relationship. Border trade has been completely suspended. Any cross-border connectivity that existed has been completely shut, especially after Pulwama attacks. Right? This started from 2008 itself. After Mumbai attacks, we had scaled down connectivity and trade. We had closed our borders as well. And they had reopened for a short period. But again, as terror attacks started against India, after Uri and Pulwama attacks. We have shut down everything, and this connectivity has been completely disrupted. Next, apart from periodic dialogues, we have taken up some developmental measures. A dedicated reconstruction plan was launched by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2004. The Prime Minister's reconstruction plan. Dedicated funds were given to J&K to improve the infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. Because J&K has tremendous potential. It has great potential for tourism. It is blessed with various minerals as well, including the recently discovered lithium reserves. It has great opportunities for supporting the services industry. Right? If things become normal, right, there are economic opportunities available in Jammu and Kashmir. It will benefit the people of J&K, it will bring prosperity, it will help stabilize the region, bring normalcy to the region. So the Prime Minister's reconstruction plan was focused on infrastructure creation and in bringing that normalcy back into J&K. A dedicated skill development program was launched called Himayat. Even Indian Army was involved in implementing it. The focus was on providing basic skills to the Kashmiri youth, in providing vocational training, in providing basic skills, so that it could help the youth to find jobs, to get employment, or to start their own enterprises, which will help in sustaining their livelihood. Because such developmental measures are important to reduce the ground available for extremism. Previously, we have studied the linkages between development and extremism. You have understood what happens if we don't focus on developmental issues. Right? If development suffers, it creates a fertile ground for extremism to flourish. So one way to counter extremism is to provide for better development. So India has tried this. We have tried focusing on infrastructure development, on job creation, on improving basic governance, like providing better education, better healthcare, delivering better rural governance, right? Supporting the farmers. These measures have been undertaken. For example, there are special initiatives to support saffron cultivation in Kashmir. I hope you know how precious saffron is. It is extremely expensive, right? A very precious spice grown in very few places in the world. Iran and Kashmir are the major hubs of saffron cultivation, right? Kashmir has the ideal condition for saffron cultivation, and we have dedicated initiatives to support the Kashmiri farmers to engage in saffron cultivation. There are local handicrafts which are supported by the Indian government, from Kashmiri shawls to Kashmiri carpets to other artisanal work. They are all very, very popular around the world. Is that clear? Kashmiri shawls, carpets, and other artworks as well. They are globally popular. They are very prized commodities. And there is support from the government to encourage the local industry, the handicraft industry. In the last 15 years, we see a major improvement from India's side to improve connectivity infrastructure in Kashmir. Because one major challenge in J&K is the terrain, the difficult Himalayan terrain, and the snowfall that occurs in the winter season. This has been the challenge, the geographical challenge in improving connectivity. Now, having year-round connectivity is very important. It is extremely important, not just for economic purposes, but even for strategic reasons. Because see, here in J&K, India faces a dual threat. A threat from the west, from Pakistan, a threat from the east, from China. The Northern Command of the Indian Army, which is headquartered at Udhampur, deals with both the fronts, the Pakistani border and the Chinese border. So it's very important for the Northern Command to be able to quickly move the troops, deploy equipment closer to the border areas. So these border roads are crucial. The mountain roads built here are critical. But the problem is during winter, most of the roads get blocked up due to extensive snowfall, right? And landslides are also a major threat because the region is frequently affected by earthquakes as well. It's a seismically active zone. So there are avalanches, landslides, which also pose a threat to movement. So India has been trying to create special infrastructure for this purpose to ensure that there is year-round connectivity. This boosts the local economy. It will boost tourism. It will help the local traders and farmers as well. And more importantly, it will help the Indian security forces to mobilize the troops, to move the military equipment around, and to secure these sensitive borders with Pakistan and China. So we are creating some strategic tunnels like the Banihal Quazigund tunnel. It's a crucial link that will provide year-round connectivity between Jammu and Srinagar. Similar projects are underway to connect J&K with Ladakh towards Kargil, Leh, and Batalik sectors. Right? These are very important locations where strategic tunnels are being built under the mountains. Right? These are engineering challenges because at such high altitude, in such difficult conditions, to build tunnels and to build bridges, it's not an easy task. So railway connectivity also has become a focus. We are building some of the tallest bridges here to ensure railway connectivity. Extremely challenging underground tunnels are being built to provide year-round connectivity. So this serves a security and strategic purpose along with serving the local economic interests. So this is an example of the developmental initiatives that India has taken up towards Jammu and Kashmir. Right? Other than that, on the administrative front, local governance has been improved. Compared to before, today local governance is much better in J&K. In most of the districts, right, there is a functioning panchayat. The delivery of services has improved, be it basic water supply, electricity connections, LPG supply, then education and healthcare at the district level, at the village level. These facilities have improved, thus marking a change in our administrative approach. So this has really helped in addressing the anti-India sentiments. But still, there is a divide that exists between the Indian state and the local people of Jammu and Kashmir. There are still some elements who hold separatist sentiments. There are still some local elements who support Pakistan. So that remains a challenge for India, persistent challenge. So we can't blindly deal with this as a security problem. We should also understand the developmental and political problem that exists. Right? Now, let us have a discussion on some of the more recent developments, the more recent issues that have cropped up, and how Pakistan has created new threats for India in J&K. Let's take a look at this. See, until 2008, we have studied that Pakistan was blatantly sponsoring terrorism against India. It wasn't hesitating to target Indian cities, Indian civilian population. So throughout 1990s and early 2000, we have seen multiple terror attacks against Indian cities. Be it Delhi, be it Mumbai, and many other cities in India have been repeatedly attacked by Pakistan-sponsored terror groups, primarily by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. But after 2008, after the Mumbai attacks, something changed. After the Mumbai attacks, Pakistan came under a lot of international pressure. The Manmohan Singh government engaged in coercive diplomacy to target Pakistan. We built solid evidence to show direct Pakistani state involvement in supporting Lashkar-e-Toiba to carry out this brutal attack against India. So with this evidence, we pressurized Western countries and we got the support of US and European countries. We had the backing of UN. We used platforms like FATF to target Pakistan. So as India built up the international pressure, Pakistan was brought under a lot of pressure by US to not use Lashkar-e-Toiba and other terror groups to target Indian cities and Indian civilian population. That is the reason why you see that in the last 15 years, Lashkar-e-Toiba has not been involved in a major attack against India. This is not a coincidence. It's because of India's efforts. We also had parallel covert operations going on, trying to target these terror groups through our intelligence operations. Our intelligence agencies have been proactively waging a secret war, a covert war against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, trying to target their financial networks, trying to target some of the leaders of these terror organizations. So apart from these security measures, our coercive diplomacy has really worked to bring that international pressure on Pakistan. So clearly, Pakistan has not been able to use Lashkar-e-Toiba like before. It has not been able to target Indian cities and Indian civilians like before. So what has Pakistan done? It has adopted a new strategy. It has shown a new trend starting from 2015 itself. In 2014, there was a new government in India. Prime Minister Modi came to power. A full majority government was established. And PM Modi also followed the footsteps of his former predecessors. Just like Vajpayee and Manmohan Singh, who had also reached out to Pakistan in a friendly manner, even Prime Minister Modi made a friendly gesture towards Pakistan in 2014. He launched the Neighborhood First policy of India. Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif was invited for the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi. In fact, PM Modi and Nawaz Sharif started getting closer to each other. They met at various international forums and they started showing an inclination to discuss all issues, including Kashmir and terrorism. So as the two leaders were making progress, we saw the return of terrorism against India, because this is a pattern that the deep state has always shown. The Pakistani deep state, the hidden part of the Pakistani state, that is the army and the ISI, they never want good relations with India. They will never allow the two governments to get closer. Why? Because if a Pakistani government gets closer to the Indian government, then it undermines the army and the ISI, which really controls the power structures in Pakistan. In Pakistan, there is a dual authority. There is a dual control. You have a civilian government, which is democratically elected, but it's a namesake government. It's only a nominal government. Pakistan is not a real democracy. It claims to be a democracy. It holds elections. It has an elected civilian government. But the real authority lies with the deep state. All the key policy decisions are taken by the army chief. The army and ISI together represent the most powerful organ of the Pakistani state. So the army and ISI will remain relevant in Pakistan only when there is constant enmity between India and Pakistan. So that is why whenever India-Pakistan relations improve, we have seen that there will be major terror attacks designed by the army and ISI to disrupt the peaceful ties. I can give you examples. If you look at Prime Minister Vajpayee, he had reached out to Nawaz Sharif. Later, he reached out to Pervez Musharraf as well. So as India-Pakistan got closer, we saw major attacks against India. For example, the parliament attacks of 2001 carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. It was designed to disrupt the ties and instigate India so that Pakistan can constantly maintain enmity with India. That is when the army will remain relevant, the ISI will remain relevant. That is when they can undermine the civilian government. And that is the essential strategy of the Pakistani deep state. Then again, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had started out a friendly relationship with Pervez Musharraf. Manmohan Singh was having a back channel talk with Pervez Musharraf, and a political dialogue was being carried out to achieve progress in the relationship and to resolve some standing issues. But just when India and Pakistan were about to work out a deal on some critical issues, that is when the Mumbai attacks happened. It was designed to break the relationship. designed to disrupt the relationship entirely. And we saw this repeating again in 2014-2015. PM Modi came to power, reached out to Nawaz Sharif, and a friendly relationship had started developing. Some progress was being seen in the relationship, but immediately we saw the return of terror attacks against India. But this time, there was a new strategy. Since Pakistan could not use Lashkar-e-Toiba like before, since it could not target Indian cities and civilians due to the international pressure, it started using Jaish-e-Mohammed to carry out major attacks against Indian military sites. Military camps, military bases came under attack. It started with the Gurdaspur attack in Punjab. The Indian Army base camp at Gurdaspur, which is very close to Pakistani border, was attacked by Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then the Pathankot Air Base. After the Gurdaspur attack, the Pathankot Air Base of Indian Air Force was brought under a major attack by Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is again a forward air base of the Indian Air Force in Punjab, located close to the Pakistani border. So these military sites near the border areas were being targeted by Jaish-e-Mohammed. This was the new strategy of the Pakistani deep state. Is that clear? Parallelly, it was trying to revive the Khalistan movement. Remember, we had studied this in the last class. It tried instigating more violence in Kashmir by promoting mob violence. And the other strategy was to target the military sites so that India will not get the same international support and sympathy. So we saw the Gurdaspur attacks, Pathankot Air Base attacks, and then came the Uri attacks of 2016. So this was the final blow for India. These repeated attacks against our military sites was testing India's patience. It had disrupted the India-Pakistan relationship again, and India decided to retaliate this time by carrying out a surgical strike. The Modi government decided to use the Indian Special Forces, the para commandos, the para SF of the Indian Army, was used in a covert operation to infiltrate into POK and target the terror launch pads present across the line of control. So these terror launch pads were hit by the Indian Special Forces, and it was a very successful operation. So a surgical strike is basically a precision strike, a precision attack, either by using ground forces or by using aerial forces. After the Uri attacks, the surgical strike was carried out by the Indian Army, by the special forces of the Indian Army, that is the para commandos, the para SF, right? They infiltrated into POK and destroyed multiple terror launch pads, killed several terrorists, and safely came back into India. This impacted the relationship because India had breached Pakistan's sovereignty. Pakistan treated this as an act of war. Is that clear? So from here onwards, our relations started deteriorating with Pakistan. Then came the Pulwama attacks of 2019. Again carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. It was a suicide bombing. A suicide bomber blew up in front of a CRPF convoy. He crashed a truck, a car, basically a SUV, which was loaded with explosives, and crashed into the CRPF convoy, killing 40 CRPF Jawans. This outraged India, right? It outraged the government as well. The government was under tremendous pressure. So India retaliated for Pulwama attacks by carrying out the Balkot airstrikes. The Indian Air Force infiltrated into Pakistani airspace. We breached Pakistani airspace for the first time since 1971. After 1971 war, Indian jets had never entered Pakistani airspace. This was the first time India was crossing into Pakistani airspace. So around 12 fighter jets, the Mirage fighter jets, they breached Pakistani air defenses and they went deep inside Pakistan. They bombed specific targets in Balkot. See, Balkot is quite far away from India. Whereas the initial surgical strike we carried out after Uri attacks, it was right across LOC. Indian Special Forces had crossed just few kilometers into POK. But in case of Balkot airstrikes, right, we went very deep into Pakistan because Balkot is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa towards the Afghan border. So the Indian fighter jets went quite deep into Pakistan, launched precision ammunition targeting the terror training camps present at Balkot. Indian intelligence indicated that this is where some of the terror camps of Jaish-e-Mohammed and other terror groups were located. So these terrorist training camps were targeted in a successful operation, and following this, Pakistan retaliated against India. Because again, this was an act of war, right? India had breached Pakistan's sovereignty again. So Pakistan retaliated the next day. The Pakistani Air Force also breached into Indian airspace, trying to bomb few targets in Jammu and Kashmir. This triggered an aerial dogfight between Indian Air Force and Pakistani Air Force. I'm sure many of you remember this particular incident. India shot down a Pakistani F-16. Pakistan also shot down a MiG-21 of Indian Air Force. And unfortunately, the Indian pilot who ejected landed in POK. So he was captured as a POW, as a prisoner of war. But following negotiations, the Indian pilot, Wing Commander Abhinandan, was returned back to India. The pilot was safely returned back by Pakistan. But fortunately, the war did not escalate. It was one limited engagement, one limited conflict that we had. But the war did not escalate from here because both the sides tried reducing the tensions. But however, this completely broke the relationship. Because after Pulwama attacks, India suspended all the friendly relations with Pakistan. India suspended cross-border trade, cross-border movement. We even revoked the MFN status we had given to Pakistan, the most favored nation status given to Pakistan. So many such measures were taken by India following the Pulwama attacks. So basically what I'm trying to say is that since 2019, our relations are completely down with Pakistan, and it's because of these repeated terror incidents. So it's very important to understand the role of these terror attacks, how non-state actors can influence our relations with Pakistan, how it can influence the security situation in India, especially in Jammu and Kashmir. Is that clear? Then came the biggest change from India. In August 2019, a few constitutional changes were introduced to revoke the special status of J&K under Article 370. The Modi government believed that it was necessary to fully integrate J&K into the Indian Union, and accordingly J&K was reorganized into the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Territory of Ladakh. The reorganization bill was passed. The state was split into two union territories. 370 was revoked, and even the special provisions under Article 35A was taken away. Now, I'll not go into the polity aspect of it. I'll not discuss what is 370, what is 35A. That is for Indian polity. That's where you would have studied it. Here, I'll discuss the security impact, right? What has been the security situation following this? See, when these changes were carried out, India imposed a lockdown on Jammu and Kashmir. Is that clear? Massive security forces were deployed to prevent any violent incident. Political leaders were all placed under house arrest. Communication was cut off. Mobile connectivity, internet was suspended for several months. In fact, even 2G, 3G connection was not available for a good 1 year in J&K, right? So these basic rights were curbed, which ended up creating a divide again between the people of Kashmir and the Indian state. It has built up resentment on the ground because these changes were carried out without consulting the people of J&K. The Indian government has every right to carry out the changes, but in a democratic setup, there is a need for consensus building. There is a need for political dialogue and engagement, which was never done by the government. These were unilateral changes. Of course, the constitutional validity has been upheld by the Supreme Court. But that doesn't mean that local grievances were addressed, that local consensus was built. Before making any such changes, it's important to generate that consensus. It's important to allow the local people to participate in that process. But this has not been done. So this remains a point of criticism. Many experts have pointed out that this could result in a long-term problem. See, right now, elections have not been held to the J&K Assembly as promised. Right? The J&K Assembly was already dissolved. It was already under the president's rule. Now, after breaking the state into two union territories, J&K is supposed to have its own legislative assembly, but the promised elections are not being held. It's been delayed, and now the Supreme Court has put a deadline. The Supreme Court, which looked into the validity of the changes made to Article 370, it has asked the government of India to hold elections at the earliest, and it has set a deadline as well. By September 2024, elections have to be held. So any elections, if it were to happen, it will happen only after the national elections. Because in May, we are headed towards general elections. Until then, of course, there won't be elections in J&K. Maybe after that, elections will be held. Now, for 4 years, democratic process has been broken in J&K. Right? There has been no democratic engagement. No local elections have been held. This affects the faith of the people in the democracy itself, in the constitution itself. Because the local people have no way to express themselves. They have no way to raise their issues, their grievances. Rule of the center will always be focusing more on security aspects. The government might say that we are focusing on developmental issues, we are creating infrastructure, correct? But it won't address the local developmental problems. It won't address the local political demands. It is important to restore the regional local politics, to allow the political parties to participate, contest elections, hold the panchayat elections. These have been delayed for too long. Now, let us again not judge whether it was the right decision to revoke Article 370 or not. That's a political call, right? It is a politically controversial topic, even though it's constitutionally valid as held up by the Supreme Court. Definitely the viability of it can be discussed and questioned, but it's not relevant for the exam. UPSC will not touch that area because again, it's very sensitive and very controversial. Let history be the judge of whether these decisions were correct or wrong, right? We can't sit in judgment right now as it's politically sensitive, it's controversial, and it won't be appropriate for the exam as well. But understanding the security impact, the developmental impact is something that is relevant for the exam. So the inability of India to hold the elections, the delay, the constant delay in conducting elections is something that has again created resentment. And you know very well by now what happens if resentment is not addressed. If local resentment is not addressed, the frustration keeps building up. And at the right point, if there is some trigger, this could spill out and it could further lead to more extremism in J&K. In fact, we have already seen an increase in terror attacks after these changes were done. Between 2019 and 2023, we are witnessing an increase in terror attacks. We are seeing some new patterns develop, new challenges come up. So that is something you should be aware of. That's the last point I would like to make here under Jammu and Kashmir. See, one thing we have noticed is that Pakistan is more proactively involved in reactivating terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. That is very clear, very evident after Article 370 was revoked. Some terror groups, they have deliberately started targeting religious minorities again. This is like a repeat of 1980s. Just like how Kashmiri Pandits were targeted back in 1987, 88, 89. Similar attacks have started against Kashmiri Pandits. There are few Kashmiri Pandit families left in Kashmir, and some of them have been targeted by terror groups at the behest of Pakistan. Clearly, Pakistan is making another attempt to communalize the conflict and to further increase the communal divide in the country. So few Kashmiri Pandits have been killed in targeted attacks. Then these terror groups, with the support of Pakistan, have targeted migrant workers as well, who are from other states. This is a new pattern that we are seeing again. Migrant workers from UP, Bihar, Haryana, they have been killed in targeted terror attacks. Why? Because this is a way of these terrorists to express their opposition against the changes done to Article 370 and 35A. You would have studied in Indian polity that under Article 35A, only the people who were domiciled in J&K, they enjoyed few special privileges. According to Article 35A, which doesn't exist anymore, the people of J&K who are domiciled in J&K, only they would have the right to vote. Only they could buy land. Only they would be eligible for government privileges and government benefits. Outsiders who don't belong to J&K wouldn't have these privileges. The right to vote, the right to own land, and the right to access government benefits. Previously, this was all limited only to the residents of J&K, those who are domiciled in J&K. So now that this provision is gone, anybody can purchase land in J&K. Anybody can settle down in Jammu and Kashmir and vote in the elections as well and enjoy government benefits as well. So this is the primary reason why terror groups are targeting migrant workers who come from outside of J&K, right? They are trying to distinguish between locals and outsiders, trying to instigate that divide. So Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted, migrant workers are being targeted. So this is something that really concerns India. It is a major security concern which has emerged in the last few years. Understood? Next, a very important point, the last point from my side. We are seeing a new pattern develop in the Poonch Rajouri sector. There is increased infiltration happening here, and many major attacks have taken place where Indian Army has suffered tremendous losses in the last couple of years. Now, why is this significant? It is very significant because previously the usual pattern was that Pakistan would push infiltration towards the Kashmir Valley, towards regions like Uri, Baramulla, etc., which are all part of Kashmir. These have been the hubs of terrorism. This is where we have primarily witnessed cross-border infiltration. All right? But we are seeing a trend develop where Pakistan is deliberately pushing infiltration towards the south, towards Jammu. We had seen this happen once in 1990s when insurgency, terrorism was at its peak in 1990s. Terrorists were infiltrating not just towards the Kashmiri side of LOC, but even towards the Jammu region. But we had put a stop to it because of our improved security. In the last few years, the infiltration was mainly happening from Uri, Baramulla into the Kashmir Valley directly. So districts like Anantnag and other districts in the Kashmir region, they were the ones mainly affected by terrorism. The Doda district, Kishtwar, Baramulla, these were the places primarily affected by terrorism. These were regions around Srinagar, around the Kashmir Valley. But now, the last 2 years, we are witnessing a new trend where infiltration has gone up towards the south, to the south of Kashmir. That is in the Jammu region, in the Pir Panjal Valley. Is that clear? Many attacks have taken place and Indian Army has suffered more losses compared to the terrorists. Now, this is very unusual, right? It has caught Indian Army off guard, right? And now India is responding against this new threat. So why is this happening? What could be the reason for Pakistan to shift its focus from Kashmir towards Jammu? The primary reason It has to do with the terrain, the weather of the region. See, towards Kashmir, snowfall becomes a major hurdle for Pakistan in winter. The terrorists can't sneak through easily, right? The passes, the routes are blocked. Also, the mountainous areas are very steep. It's very hard to trek these high altitude mountains. Whereas towards Pir Panjal Valley, you have a very different geography here. You have dense forests, and even during winter, they are free from snowfall. So it's an ideal condition for the terrorists who infiltrate to trek these mountains and hide in the jungles. There are many natural boulders and caves present in the Pir Panjal forests near Poonch and Rajouri. In this sector, in the Poonch Rajouri sector of Pir Panjal forests, there are natural caves and boulders present. So here the terrorists can hide. They can attack the Indian forces and hide easily, store their weapons. There are some local villages present as well. They can force them to help the terrorists. They can threaten them, threaten the local villagers to support them. So it's because of this, we are seeing this new pattern in the last 1.5 to 2 years, where more infiltration is happening from the Poonch Rajouri division towards Jammu, towards the south of Pir Panjal, compared to the Kashmir Valley. Also, our security focus had reduced here. Since we got preoccupied with Kashmir and with the Chinese border in Ladakh, the Indian Army also lost focus towards the Jammu region, towards Poonch and Rajouri. Our security presence had gone down. So Pakistan has exploited this opportunity. This was like a weak link in the security infrastructure that we have created, because our focus was mainly on Kashmir and Ladakh, whereas we ignored the Jammu sector and the Poonch Rajouri division. So Pakistan has exploited this and pushed more terrorists through here. And that is the reason why we have suffered major losses in the last few months. So now Indian Army has reoriented its approach. It has stepped up the security grid. And along with the intelligence agencies, it is stepping up the counter-terrorist operations as well to flush out the terrorists from the Poonch Rajouri area. So this is a very new trend, a new pattern which has emerged. Is that clear? But one concern is the latest incident of human rights violation that took place in Poonch Rajouri. There is a very unfortunate incident that happened just a few days back. In the last week of December, there was a new infiltration that happened from the Pakistani side. These terrorists, they carried out an ambush attack against an Indian Army convoy, and they killed 4 to 5 Indian Army soldiers. So the local army unit, which was enraged, they targeted the local village in the Poonch Rajouri division, where they believed that the terrorists had some support, and they picked up 8 civilians for questioning, to question them whether someone was supporting these terrorists. During this questioning, some of the rogue officers, right, they have gone overboard, they have violated the law, they have taken matters into their own hands, and they have brutally tortured these civilians. Unfortunately, 3 of them lost their lives. 3 civilians were found dead with torture marks and their bodies were mutilated. The other 5 who survived, even they are critical, they bear very serious injury marks. So prima facie, it clearly appears that some rogue officers of the Indian Army have committed brutal human rights violations. This incident has exploded in Kashmir. It has led to protests. The Indian Army and the government of India have taken it very, very seriously. These are not merely allegations. There is prima facie proof, evidence available to show that some officers have done the wrong thing. The army chief visited the site. He apologized to the local villagers as well. And he has used very harsh words to bring discipline back into the Indian Army. See, that's why I told you earlier as well. The Indian Army is a very professional force. But some rogue officers like these, right, who violate the law, who break the professional conduct, they bring a bad name to the entire force. The army chief publicly said that Indian Army should become more professional. We can't behave like thugs, like goons. The defense minister came out openly, right? Defense Minister Rajnath Singh openly admitted that yes, prima facie, it appears that things have gone wrong. something very bad has been done by a few rogue officers, and we'll ensure that the guilty officers will be punished. So an internal inquiry is going on. These officers have been suspended, and once held guilty, they will be delivered the strictest of punishment. Now, this is something we cannot afford in a conflict zone. No matter what the provocation is, no matter what the triggers are, Indian forces cannot commit large-scale human rights violations. Civilians cannot be targeted like this. So this is something the army and the government are trying to ensure, but at the ground level, right, in the real world where operations are going on, some rogue officers do this once in a while by misusing the special powers of ASPA, because it gives them legal immunity. They think they can do anything and they'll not be held accountable for it. This is where ASPA becomes controversial. Is that clear? So please understand these latest trends that we are seeing in J&K with regard to terrorism, especially the targeting of religious minorities and migrant workers, and the increase in infiltration in the Poonch Rajouri division, and the latest incident of human rights violation. So these are the latest developments as far as the security situation in J&K is concerned. Got it? So with this, I would like to conclude this topic, and I would like to take some questions, some doubts if you have. After that, we can proceed with our discussion. Next, we have few other interesting topics here. We will discuss pan-India urban terrorism that we have witnessed. We'll talk about the counter-terror architecture that India has created to counter terrorism. I will discuss the legal framework that we have to fight terrorism. And we'll also talk about our global efforts to counter terrorism. So these are the important topics that we will take up next. So before that, please let me know if you have any questions, any doubts. I'll answer all of them and then continue with the discussion. Abhishek is asking, when did the session start? We started at around 8 a.m., around 8:10. Nikhil says Kashmiri separatists like Yasin Malik are different as they are responsible for genocide of Hindus in Kashmir. Yasin Malik is indeed a terrorist, no doubt about it. Yasin Malik has been involved in various terror attacks. His outfit, JKLF, has been convicted in various terrorist attacks. But that doesn't mean that you can't engage with extremist elements. Because we have engaged with extremists in other parts of the country. Religion cannot be the excuse here, right? Whether India wants to talk to Hurriyat or not, that's the choice of the Indian government. But the policy cannot be discriminatory, right? And the discrimination can't be that there has been a targeting of Hindus in Kashmir. That can't be the excuse. In Northeast India, if government has negotiated with various insurgent groups, struck peace deals with terrorists, how is this any different? Because at the end of the day, local Kashmiri separatists are Indians. We are not mentioning that we should talk to Pakistani terrorists. No, there is no need to talk to Pakistani terrorists. They have to be targeted, right? They're coming from an enemy country sponsored by a hostile state. But other separatist groups and elements in Kashmir, including JKLF, Yasin Malik, they are eventually Indian citizens at the end of the day. Convict them, punish them for their terror attacks. They deserve to be punished. That's what we have done in Northeast India as well. But you can't ignore the separatists entirely. To resolve the conflict, you have to engage with them to try and achieve a peace deal. That is exactly what we have done in Northeast India. So how is this any different? So that is the argument which comes up. Any other question? Pooja is asking, sir, what is parliament attack? We'll come to it. I'll briefly explain that. Ketan is asking, what is pan-India? Pan means across. Pan-India means across India, across the country. We have seen terror attacks happening in our urban areas, in our cities. That's what you mean by pan-India urban terrorism. All right. Any other question? Okay. So guys, let's discuss this topic, and after that I can give you a short break. Let's discuss pan-India terrorism. It'll take a few minutes, and after that we'll take a short break and we'll come back. See, Indian cities came under attack by terror groups from 1990s onwards, post 1992. Before 1992, Indian cities were free from terrorism. Whatever extremism we saw from, let's say, 1950s till 1990s, this was all limited to the conflict zones of India. This is where extremism was concentrated. The Naxal corridor, Northeast India, Punjab, J&K. In these four conflict zones, we were witnessing acts of extremism. We had seen insurgency and terrorism. But until 92, Indian cities were free. Indian cities were free from terrorism. So why did this change? How come all of a sudden we started witnessing major attacks against Indian cities? What's the reason? Right? There has to be some explanation behind it. This is directly related to the widespread communal divide that was created in the country. Domestic politics in India by few parties and organizations created a major communal divide in India in the 1990s. It started with the Rath Yatra led by Hindutva outfits, which eventually led to the breakdown of the Babri Masjid, the illegal razing down of Babri Masjid, right? And this led to widespread riots, Hindu-Muslim riots across India. So this widened the communal divide in India, creating communal hotspots. Remember, under Khalistan movement also we discussed a similar incident, the anti-Sikh riots, where there was an element of state involvement in sponsoring targeted violence against the Sikh community. The anti-Sikh riots became the primary trigger, which further added fuel to the Khalistan movement. Because whenever such atrocities happen, right, when innocents are targeted, and there is an element of involvement of state and political elements, right, obviously it creates victims. The victims of that violence, they would be vulnerable for radicalization. Those who have lost their family members, those who have not received justice for the wrongdoings that have happened, right, they will become vulnerable for indoctrination, radicalization. They can be easily brainwashed to take up extremism and terrorism. So after anti-Sikh riots, we saw a further increase in support for Khalistan movement. Something similar happened here as well, right? That's why I told you that anti-Sikh riots, the Babri Masjid demolition, Hindu-Muslim riots, and the Godhra riots, these are some of India's most shameful events, right? It puts the country into shame because the state failed to deliver justice. The state failed to protect the minorities. So as the communal incidents flared up, as the communal polarization increased on political lines, right, the Hindu-Muslim divide opened up again. It created a fertile ground for Pakistan to exploit. These social divides creates an opening for the external enemy to step in and exploit that to their advantage. So please understand this. To ensure your internal security and stability, it is very important to address the social issues and social divides. The security of the state is directly connected to social stability, the domestic stability. Is that clear? This is true for any country. So that is why I'm discussing all these issues without any particular bias, right? We spoke about anti-Sikh riots as well, and we are discussing Babri Masjid demolition and the Hindu-Muslim riots as well, because this had a direct role to play in increasing Pakistan's involvement in India to sponsor terrorism against India. Because the victims of the communal attacks, they were vulnerable for indoctrination, right? Several youth, they were easily misled by radical elements at the behest of Pakistan. It drove recruitment for Pakistan to create local support in many cities through which terror attacks could be carried out against India. Of course, after all, Pakistan had sworn to bleed India through 1,000 cuts. Pakistan wouldn't settle by just bleeding India in Punjab and in Jammu and Kashmir. It wanted to expand the war. Previously, it never had an opportunity in other parts of the country because there were no divides to exploit. But once the communal divisions opened up in 92, Pakistan latched onto this opportunity and created a deadly nexus between organized crime and terrorism. The first major urban terror attack India suffered from was the 93 Bombay blasts. This was direct retaliation for Babri Masjid demolition and Hindu-Muslim riots. The Bombay underworld, right, which was notorious for extortion and criminal activities and smuggling, had been divided on communal lines as well. The major kingpins or the dons of the underworld, you would have heard about Chota Rajan, Dawood Ibrahim, right? So they broke into different factions. A few so-called Hindu gang lords came up, so-called Muslim gang lords came up. Within the Bombay underworld, the communal riots that had happened, the communal impact clearly divided the Bombay underworld as well. In many ways, it is depicted in various movies, web series as well. I'm sure you would have seen that. So I'm referring to these incidents that happened in 1980s, 1990s. The communal polarization in the country, the riots, the divisions that came up, divided the Bombay underworld as well. And this had something to do with Pakistan's terrorism against India. Dawood Ibrahim emerged as the so-called protector of Muslims in Bombay, right, during these riots. Similarly, so-called Hindu criminal gang lords came up. This increased the rivalry, the conflict between these different organized criminal cartels, and Dawood Ibrahim eventually fled India. He had already set up a strong base in West Asia, in Dubai, right? He took shelter in West Asia and later shifted base to Pakistan and enjoyed state support from Pakistan. So Pakistan would leverage Dawood Ibrahim's criminal network to smuggle drugs, smuggle explosives and weapons into India. Pakistan capitalized on this opportunity. Dawood Ibrahim wanted revenge for the Hindu-Muslim riots. So by leveraging his criminal network, Pakistan engineered the biggest urban attack in India at that point, which was the serial blast in Bombay. The Bombay Stock Exchange and many other crowded locations were targeted, and Dawood Ibrahim's criminal network had a direct role to play in this. So his network was directly involved, right, with the terror elements from Pakistan. The explosives were smuggled. RDX, which was used in the attack, was smuggled from across the border, from across Pakistan into India. So this again highlights the involvement of organized crime with terrorism, especially when there is state support. You can see how there is an interconnection between organized crime and terrorism. Since then, Dawood Ibrahim and other criminal cartels have enjoyed Pakistani state support, and Pakistan runs one of the biggest illegal criminal businesses in the world. The ISI directly benefits from this, right? Afghan drugs, which are produced on a massive scale, they are trafficked and smuggled around the world by criminal organizations like the Dawood Company or the D Gang. They work for the ISI. ISI protects them. Dawood Ibrahim is hiding in Pakistan, right? And his network, criminal network, is involved in various illegal activities. His criminal network is involved in extortion in India. They threaten celebrities, they threaten high-profile individuals and extract ransom from them. They settle property deals, right? And they make very big commissions, which drives their criminal empire. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry they have built, and the ISI benefits from this, right? It helps in funding terrorism. The funds can be channeled towards funding terrorism against India, and the criminal network can be used to infiltrate drugs, weapons, and explosives into the country, which is needed for carrying out terror attacks in the country. So Bombay blast was the perfect example for the involvement of organized crime with terrorism. Then we saw a series of attacks carried out by Lashkar-e-Toiba and others in Bombay, in Delhi, and in other parts of the country as well, right? Pakistan started using Nepal Bangladesh, and West Asia as a terror base to target India. It would rely on these regions and countries where it would create a support base for the terrorists. In UAE and Saudi Arabia especially, also in Nepal and in Bangladesh, Pakistan created a terror base, a safe haven where the terrorists could hide, where they could transit from India to Pakistan. Got it? So from here, Pakistan started waging its new covert war, targeting Indian cities and civilians. So we saw a series of targeted blasts and attacks in Delhi, in Bombay, and many other cities. And the major attack that we saw in 90s was another major attack was the hijacking of IC-814. This Indian aircraft, this Air India flight, it was an Indian Airlines flight back then, right? It was flying from Kathmandu to Delhi. It had taken off from the Tribhuvan International Airport, but Pakistani hijackers, terrorists had boarded the aircraft. And these terrorists, they hijacked the aircraft once it was mid-air, and they landed briefly in Amritsar. They diverted the flight. They landed briefly in Amritsar. But the then Vajpayee government, right, went into a panic mode. There was tremendous pressure on the government from the public and the media to save the hostages. And as a result, the government failed to implement the protocols, the measures, the standard measures that were supposed to be implemented. That is, we didn't mobilize our fighter jets. Usually, fighter jets intercept hijacked aircrafts, right? And if the aircraft lands, the fighter jets are supposed to force the hijacked plane to land. Once it lands, you have to ensure it doesn't take off again. You have to ensure you disable the runway or you disable the aircraft itself so that it doesn't take off, so that you keep the situation under your control. Because once the hijacked aircraft leaves the country, if hijackers take it out of our country, then we lose jurisdiction, we will lose control over that situation. No foreign country will allow any kind of special operation, right? If you are planning a commando strike to liberate the hostages and kill the terrorists, no foreign country will agree for such an operation on their soil. So it was critical for us to keep the aircraft in Indian territory, but we failed in doing that. This happened to be one of the biggest security failures of the then Vajpayee government, because India paid a very big price for what happened later. We continue to pay the price even today. So due to the poor response of the Indian state and the security forces and the intelligence agencies, the hijackers, they took off from Amritsar. Very quickly, they left Indian airspace and they went to Pakistan. The aircraft was running low on fuel. It had landed in Amritsar for refueling, basically. It was running short of fuel. But since hijackers felt threatened, they felt India might launch an attack. They took off the plane without refueling, and now they headed to Pakistan with very low fuel. But Pakistan shut off its airspace. Pakistan didn't want to take the blame for the attack. Imagine a plane hijacked by terrorists landing in Pakistan. Obviously, the pressure would be back on Pakistan. So at the Lahore airport, the hijackers took the plane to the Lahore airport. Initially, Pakistan denied entry to the flight. But the plane was about to crash. It was running so low on fuel that the pilot had no other option but to crash in the nearest area available. So at that point, Pakistani authorities, they lifted the restriction, allowed the aircraft to land, and they refueled, and they asked the aircraft to leave immediately. So from here, the hijackers took the plane to Dubai in UAE. Back then, we didn't have great relations with UAE, right? We had very basic diplomatic ties. We managed to rescue some of them. We opened negotiations with the terrorists because that was the only option once the plane had left India. So through this negotiation, few women and children were released in Dubai, but the hijackers retained all the other hostages and they took off again and they landed in Kandahar. Where is Kandahar? It's in Afghanistan. And in 1999, Afghanistan was ruled by the Taliban, which is the puppet of Pakistan. So as soon as the aircraft landed in Kandahar, the Talibani fighters, they surrounded the aircraft, giving protection to the hijackers. So India didn't have ties with Taliban. We had recognized Taliban as a terror group. We had cut off all ties with Taliban. Taliban had broken all ties with India. So there was no other option left for India other than negotiating with them. So the Vajpayee government opened direct negotiations with the hijackers, and we finally met their demands. Initially, they demanded the release of many terrorists, but we brought down the list, and 3 major terrorists were released from India. One was Masood Azhar. In fact, this was the primary motive of the hijack. The lead hijacker was the brother of Masood Azhar. He had planned this attack with Pakistani support to secure the release of Masood Azhar. He was in an Indian jail. He was involved in terrorism in Kashmir in 1990s. Indian army had captured him and he was in an Indian jail. Now, because of the hijacking, to secure the lives of the hostages, we released Masood Azhar from custody. Then, the other terrorist we released was Omar Sheikh, another notorious terrorist. And the third terrorist released by India was Mushtaq Zargar. These were the 3 dreaded terrorists India was forced to release during IC-814 hijacking. All the 3 terrorists went on to commit major acts of terrorism after we released them. And that's why I told you India continued to pay a price for this. Masood Azhar would establish Jaish-e-Mohammed after India released him. That's when Jaish-e-Mohammed got created with Pakistani support. India's then Foreign Minister, Jaswant Singh, had to accompany the terrorists and hand them over to the hijackers in Kandahar in order to get the hostages back. India saved the hostages, but we paid a much bigger price because of what would happen later. Jaish-e-Mohammed, that was founded by Masood Azhar, would be single-handedly responsible for most of the major terror attacks that have taken place in the last 20 years. The first major attack by Jaish-e-Mohammed was the parliament attacks in 2001, which brought India-Pakistan to the brink of war. India mobilized its troops after the parliament attacks to retaliate against Pakistan. It almost triggered an India-Pakistan war. And remember, this was at a time when India-Pakistan had possessed nuclear weapons. It carried out major attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. And now all the recent attacks, the Pathankot attack, Uri, Gurdaspur, Pulwama, all these attacks against military bases are carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed. So Jaish-e-Mohammed has carried out such major attacks which has almost triggered conflicts between India and Pakistan. After Uri attacks, we carried out surgical strikes. After Pulwama attacks, we carried out Balkot airstrikes. Easily, these situations could have escalated to turn into a bigger conflict. Right? Just like it happened in 2001 after the parliament attacks. So this has been the price that India has paid for releasing the terrorists and for negotiating with the hijackers. Omar Sheikh was actually a graduate from London School of Economics, believe it or not. Highly educated, living in London. He got radicalized, he came to Afghanistan, Pakistan, became a terrorist, and he had been captured in Kashmir by Indian forces. Now India was forced to release him, and after his release, he went on to commit major acts of terrorism. He was involved in the kidnapping and killing of American journalist Daniel Pearl. In fact, some of you might have seen a Hollywood movie as well, The Mighty Heart, starring Angelina Jolie, which is based on the kidnapping and killing of Daniel Pearl. So Omar Sheikh was the leader who kidnapped the American journalist and assassinated him on camera, right? Then Omar Sheikh has been involved in backing terrorism in Kashmir. He has went on to create many more problems for India as well, right? Even though he remains in jail, he still continues to operate as Pakistan doesn't really act against these terrorists. There is a Bollywood movie as well. You might have seen that, Omerta, starring Rajkumar Rao. It's the biography of Omar Sheikh. It's the life and biography of Omar Sheikh. If you haven't seen it, please watch. You'll understand the mindset of a terrorist, what drives them, what's their motivation, right? And you'll get to know about what Omar Sheikh has done. Then Mushtaq Zargar has been actively involved in sponsoring terrorism against India and Kashmir, especially after we released him from custody. So this has been the long-term impact of the mishandling of IC-814 hijacking, right? Then came the parliament attacks of 2001, where the Indian Parliament was attacked by Jaish-e-Mohammed. Fortunately, due to the bravery of few policemen, they killed most of the attackers outside the parliament. If they had entered the parliament, we never know what would have happened. It's unthinkable, because a session was underway, MPs were present, ministers were present. They could have easily held top leaders hostage, creating an unprecedented crisis for India. So following this, India retaliated against Pakistan. We mobilized our troops and even prepared for war against Pakistan. But finally, the US intervened, put pressure on India and Pakistan, and diffused the situation. So following the parliament attacks and the repeated incidents of terrorism in Indian cities, right, there was some pressure on Pakistan to reduce the terrorism against India. Because by then, the US war in Afghanistan had begun. Please understand the impact of 9/11 attacks. The 9/11 attacks carried out by Al-Qaeda was so impactful that it changed geopolitics forever. After the 9/11 attacks, the US did not trust Pakistan entirely, because Pakistani state agencies were involved with Al-Qaeda. Pakistani state elements were involved in some of the attacks that were happening in Western countries. So US needed a reliable partner for counterterrorism, for intelligence cooperation, and that was India. So from 2001, India-US defense relations, security intelligence relations started improving. We started working together. And as Pakistan kept targeting Indian cities and Indian civilian population, US brought pressure on Pakistan as well to reduce these attacks. Because if India and Pakistan are preoccupied with their rivalry, with their tensions, Pakistan won't be able to assist the US in Afghanistan. That is why many experts believe that parliament attacks were deliberately designed to create an excuse for Pakistani army to divert the troops from Afghanistan towards India. Because Pakistani forces would never be interested to work with US to target their own brothers from Taliban and Al-Qaeda. That is how many Pakistani officers look at Taliban and Al-Qaeda. They look at them as brother organizations. There was resistance within the Pakistani army and ISI to work with US to help US and Western countries to target Taliban and Al-Qaeda. So many experts believe that parliament attacks were engineered. It was designed to trigger a reaction from India, so that using this excuse, Pakistan could move the troops away from Afghanistan and station them towards India. So that Pakistan could avoid the war in Afghanistan and it wouldn't be forced to help the US. But this strategy did not work, as US put a lot of pressure on Pakistan, and it ensured that Pakistan's terror attacks started to decline against India. That's why we saw a slight reduction post 2002-2003 in the extent of terrorism against India. The number of attacks went down. Infiltration in Kashmir went down. The ceasefire was upheld again, right? So as Pakistan was under this international pressure, it came out with a new strategy. It created and supported the rise of a new terrorist group to avoid the blame. And this group was Indian Mujahideen, the IM. It was set up somewhere around 2004 under a covert program of the ISI, which has been labeled as the Karachi Project. Now see, by 2003, what was happening? Pakistan was taking all the blame. Pakistan was blamed for increasing nuclear tensions. Pakistan was blamed for the Kargil war. It was blamed for IC-814 hijacking. It was blamed for parliament attacks. So there was considerable international pressure, particularly from the US. And as a result, Pakistan reiterated the ceasefire with India in 2003. So now Pakistan could no longer easily sponsor terrorism against India. If it used groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar and Hizbul, India would clearly point fingers at Pakistan, bring some evidence as well to link it with Pakistan that would expose Pakistan in front of the world. So now Pakistan realized that it needed a new strategy. Instead of using Pakistan-based terror groups, what if there is a terror group based out of India, comprising only of Indian citizens? Then Pakistan can avoid all the blame and say that it's an Indian terror group which is targeting India. Pakistan has nothing to do with it. right? That is the strategy Pakistan came up with, and it supported the creation of Indian Mujahideen or IM. This group, this notorious terrorist group, was set up by the radicalized elements from SIMI. SIMI was a student-based non-government organization. It was like a NGO, a religious grouping involved in social work, comprising mainly of young students. SIMI stands for Students Islamic Movement of India. But this group started undergoing radicalization as communal polarization increased in India in 1990s. As Babri Masjid was demolished by Hindutva extremists, as Hindu-Muslim riots took place, right? In these communal hotspots, the youth who were affected by it, right? Those who were directly affected by the communal violence, they became vulnerable for radicalization, and several leaders of SIMI, members of SIMI, became more and more radical. Then came the Godhra train burning incident by Islamist radicals, which led to another round of Hindu-Muslim riots in Godhra and across Gujarat. This again created communal hotspots across the country, and several SIMI leaders started getting radicalized. The organization, right, underwent radicalization, and eventually SIMI was declared as a terrorist group by India. Initially, it was just a student-based NGO involved in social work, religious work. It had transformed itself into a radical organization that led India to ban SIMI. We imposed a ban on the organization and labeled it as a terrorist outfit. So some of the leaders of SIMI broke out from this group and established Indian Mujahideen. It was set up with direct Pakistani support. It was established by Bhatkal brothers from Karnataka. See, Bhatkal is a coastal district in Karnataka. Coastal Karnataka is a major communal hotspot from Mangalore to Udupi to Gokarna to Karwar, all the way till Goa. This whole coastal belt, which also stretches to Kannur and Kasargod in Kerala, this whole belt is a communal hotspot. There is a history of communal divide, communal violence between Hindus and Muslims. So as the communal divide increased in 1990s, following Babri Masjid demolition, the sentiments were triggered here in coastal areas of Karnataka, Kerala as well. And in Bhatkal district of Karnataka, the Bhatkal brothers who were in SIMI, they formed the Indian Mujahideen with Pakistani support. The ISI had built a network of agents working with radical clerics who were preaching radical ideas. They got in touch with the Bhatkal brothers. Riaz Bhatkal was the primary leader of this group. Riaz Bhatkal and his brother would be supported by Pakistan to form this India-based group comprising only of Indian citizens. So then India couldn't blame Pakistan entirely, right? This is an India-based outfit. It's based out of India. All the terrorists are Indians, right? But the support comes from Pakistan secretly. It's a covert support, which can't be proven entirely. So Pakistan played a direct role in the creation of Indian Mujahideen, which carried out major attacks from 2004 till 2011. It started targeting many cities: Bangalore, Hyderabad, then Surat, Jaipur, right? Even such smaller cities were targeted, not just Mumbai and Delhi anymore. So Indian Mujahideen carried out most of these attacks. In fact, initially, when the group started carrying out attacks, India, as usual, started blaming Pakistan-based groups. Initially, we didn't have much evidence. So in order to put the blame on Pakistan, we would blame Lashkar, Hizbul and other groups. And we didn't even realize initially that a domestic group had taken root. Then Indian Mujahideen was so frustrated that it wasn't getting credit for the attacks. They started writing emails to Indian media outlets, to newspapers and TV channels. They would write a mail claiming the attack, claiming credit for the attack. That is when it came out in the open that there is this new terror group comprising of Indians based out of India called Indian Mujahideen. Now, this group was very unique compared to other terror groups because several of the terrorists who were part of this group, they were well educated. There were many engineers. There were few doctors as well. There were some who actually had a good employment. There were mechanics, electricians who actually had a decent livelihood. So this was not your usual terrorists who were very poor, who knew nothing, who had just been brainwashed. That wasn't the case. These were guys who were well educated, who understood politics, who were highly motivated, who were highly radicalized. They were tech savvy. They could use the internet, the computers, which had just come up, right? They could employ technology to conceal their operations. So the Bhatkal brothers took support from Pakistan and they moved to Pakistan as well. Even today, we believe that Riaz Bhatkal is still alive. Both Bhatkal brothers are still alive in Pakistan. They are living in Pakistan under ISI's protection. So they moved out from India a long time ago after Indian Mujahideen was formed. And from Pakistan, they controlled the organization. They raised many recruits. One of the other Bhatkal brothers, Yasin Bhatkal, became the top commander of the organization. He would run the outfit in India. Riaz Bhatkal and the other brother, they would hide in Pakistan and control the organization from Pakistan. And how did Pakistan support them? I'll explain this. It's very interesting and very important. See, these terrorists were recruited from across the communal hotspots of the country. One hotspot was the coastal belt of Karnataka and Kerala. That is from Kannur, Kasargod to Mangalore, Udupi, Gokarna belt. Right? This whole coastal area was a hotspot. Then in Maharashtra, you have a communal hotspot. The Pune, Nagpur, Ahmednagar region. There also you have a history of communal violence. So some terrorists were recruited from here. Then in Bihar, you have Darbhanga district, right, which is again a communal hotspot. In UP, where there is a history of communal violence, several terrorists were recruited into IM. In Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh as well, there are a few communal hotspots from where the terrorists were recruited. So basically, these terrorists came from across the country. Is that clear? And some of them were quite well educated and they could use technology as well. Now, all they needed was further radicalization and training. So Pakistan arranged this by employing a unique strategy. These identified youth who were recruited, they would be taken out of India into Nepal. Because we have an open border with Nepal, there are no border controls, right? You can cross over into Nepal undetected. You don't need any official documents. You can easily cross over. You don't need a visa to enter Nepal. Plus, there are criminal networks operating along India-Nepal border involved in smuggling and trafficking. The ISI, which had set up a base in Nepal, was working with such trafficking networks, criminal gangs. They would illegally take these terrorists across from India into Nepal. Is that clear? Through the dense forest areas along the border and through the riverine network present along the India-Nepal border, the terrorists would cross over into Nepal with the help of traffickers and smugglers who were supported by the ISI. Once they reach Nepal, here ISI would keep the documents ready. Fake documents would be created for them. They would assume a false identity. Their name would be changed, their look, their appearance would be changed. And with the help of fake documents, they would fly to a West Asian country. UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In all these West Asian countries, ISI had set up a support base. So basically, the terrorists would not directly travel from India to Pakistan. See, to get terrorist training, to train on how to build explosives and bombs and how to use weapons and how to employ military tactics and strategies, they needed high-level training. For that, they had to go to Pakistan. So if they tried to directly go to Pakistan, they would be caught by Indian forces, right? They won't be able to cross the border so easily. If they try to enter discreetly, directly into Pakistan, they would be detected by our Indian intelligence agencies because they will leave a trail of evidence behind. Our agencies would be closely watching any suspicious activity. If they detect any suspicious movement, they would be arrested. So to avoid any suspicion and detection, they were secretly taken out of India into Nepal across the open border. In Nepal, they would be given a false identity. From here, Pakistan would help them to fly to a West Asian country. All right. So there, a support base would exist. They would be given funds. They would be made to undergo further radicalization and then secretly taken to Pakistan, either through the air route or sometimes through the sea route as well. Through ships via Strait of Hormuz and Oman, Gulf of Oman, they have been taken into Pakistan through the sea route in the Arabian Sea, or they have been flown on commercial flights itself. And Pakistani authorities would take these terrorists directly away without any stamping of their passports. They wouldn't go through immigration. The moment they land at a Pakistani port or an airport, the ISI would be waiting for them. They would be directly taken away and they would be taken to the terror training camps located along Afghanistan border or in POK. This is where IM terrorists were trained. They were further indoctrinated, radicalized, and given high-grade military-level training. They became experts in building bombs. Yasin Bhatkal, for example, the top commander, was a bomb expert. He could single-handedly assemble IEDs and set off serial blasts in Indian cities. They were given weapons training, right? They were taught the covert methods of operation. Once the training was complete, they would be brought back to India through the same secret route. From Pakistan, they would secretly come to West Asia, right? From there, they'll come back to Nepal and again cross over the border illegally and enter India. So after a few months, they would come back as highly motivated and highly trained terrorists. But one unique thing about Indian Mujahideen was that these terrorists who would come back after completing their training, they wouldn't immediately launch attacks. Generally, when terrorists come from across the border in Kashmir, let's say, they immediately launch attacks because they won't have much local support. They can't hide. Even if they hide, it's only for a few days or few weeks. But within few days or few weeks, they'll launch attacks against Indian forces in Kashmir. That is how these terrorists usually operate. But that was not the case with Indian Mujahideen terrorists. They would come back and resume their normal life. They would have told their family members they are going for Hajj Yatra. They would have told their family members they're going to study, they're going to work in UAE or Saudi Arabia. They would have hidden this from everyone. Is that clear? They would have secretly traveled, undergone terrorist training. They would come back saying that my trip is completed, my studies, my work is completed. And they would integrate back into their normal life. They would go back to their normal jobs. They wouldn't show any sign of them being a terrorist. This is what we call a sleeper cell, or also known as a sleeper module, meaning the terrorist goes to sleep. The terrorist is not activated. The terrorist within them is not activated. The members who come back, they're part of this group, right? They're a cell or a module. They lie low. They behave normally as if everything is normal, right? They maintain their normal relations with their family, with their friends. They don't give up any signs. They would have lied to them saying they went on a trip, they went for work, right? They would have concealed their actual purpose of the visit. Now they will wait for instructions. Once ISI wants an attack to take place, it will order the attack. The Bhatkal brothers sitting in Pakistan would communicate this to the sleeper cells, and commanders like Yasin Bhatkal would execute the attack in India. So this is the nature through which Indian Mujahideen was operating. It posed a major challenge for India. By 2008, Indian Mujahideen was carrying out major attacks across Indian cities. It became a multi-state problem. They had a transnational connection across multiple countries, and within India, they were operating in multiple states. But India succeeded in wiping out this group. By 2010, 2011, this group was destroyed by India. So this is another success for India's counter-terrorist efforts. Let us discuss this after a short break. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and discuss how India dealt with the Indian Mujahideen threat, how India managed to counter the threat from IM, how India wiped out this group. With this, we'll complete this topic and we'll enter the last discussion under terrorism. So take a 15 minutes break. I'll see you at 10:25. Let's come back at 10:25 and resume the discussion. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So, before the break, we were talking about Indian Mujahideen, the rise of Indian Mujahideen, and how Pakistan supported this terrorist group to carry out major attacks against Indian cities. Now, let us discuss how India dealt with the threat. It's important to understand as to how India tackled the threat posed by Indian Mujahideen. Because this group, which was very well funded, it was well trained, well armed, it was brought down by India within few years. By 2007, 2008, it had emerged as a major threat. But within 3-4 years, we managed to wipe out this group. Today, Indian Mujahideen doesn't even exist. After 2011, Indian Mujahideen has been erased. It doesn't exist at all. So if India achieved such a big success against a well-trained, well-funded terrorist organization, something remarkable must have been done, right? So let's discuss what measures were taken to counter the Indian Mujahideen in particular. The Intelligence Bureau and RAW, they were primarily responsible for decimating the Indian Mujahideen. They launched a series of covert operations targeted against this group. Many of the top terrorists of Indian Mujahideen, they were arrested in India. Some were killed in targeted operations as well. Some of you might have heard about the Batla House encounter in Delhi, right? A very controversial encounter as well. The Batla House encounter is related to Indian Mujahideen. It was a IM sleeper module which was hiding in Delhi. IB and RAW had picked up specific intelligence about these terrorists, where they were hiding. And based on this intelligence, the Delhi police carried out a targeted operation. So the intelligence agencies worked closely with the state police forces because this was an interstate problem, multi-state problem. From Delhi to Maharashtra to Karnataka, Bihar, Kerala, even UP, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. All these states were affected by the Indian Mujahideen. These terrorists were operating from multiple states. The recruits came from all these states. They would hide in different states, operate from different places, move from one state to another while carrying out these attacks. So this coordination between central agencies and the state police forces was critical in breaking the back of Indian Mujahideen within India. Along with the domestic operations that were carried out within India, the external support was crucial. Support from Nepal, UAE, and Saudi Arabia was critical to destroy the Indian Mujahideen. It wouldn't have happened without their support. Nepal, being a good friend of India, cooperated with India to improve border security. We worked with Nepal to destroy the terror safe havens that the ISI had created inside Nepal. Then the biggest change happened in our diplomacy. In 2009-2010, India established a new approach towards West Asian countries. The major West Asian powers like Saudi Arabia and UAE became very good friends. They became strategic partners of India, largely because of US influence. Because by then, India-US relations had improved. India-US had become strategic partners in defense and security as well. Plus, the Mumbai attacks had a big impact. The Mumbai attacks, as I have been telling from the first class, was a turning point for India. Just like 9/11 attacks changed global geopolitics, similarly, the Mumbai attacks, the 26/11 attacks, changed India's approach towards counterterrorism. We got more support from US and European countries because they realized that Pakistan cannot be trusted. That Pakistan-sponsored terrorists are a threat to their countries as well and their citizens as well. In the Mumbai attacks, Western nationals were specifically targeted. American nationals, European nationals were targeted. So US and European countries increased their support for India and they pushed their West Asian allies to cooperate with India. By then, our economic relations were transforming. India had become a major economy, a fast growing economy, and UAE and Saudi Arabia saw the economic potential in the trading relationship with India. India was no longer just a buyer of their oil and gas. Rather, India was a technology hub. India could contribute to the economy of UAE and Saudi Arabia, and they could invest in the Indian economy. So, because of the growing economic relations and the strategic ties between India and Western countries, these West Asian powers got closer to India. Then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh paid a historic visit to these countries, and the Riyadh Declaration was signed in 2010. Under the Riyadh Declaration, Saudi Arabia promised full support to India in counter-terrorism. For the first time, UAE and Saudi Arabia were moving away from Pakistan and trying to support India with regard to terrorism. Until then, these West Asian countries wouldn't bother about India. They wouldn't help India in fighting terrorism. Previously, we would share evidence with them to highlight that Pakistan-backed terrorists are hiding in your country. But they wouldn't help India. They wouldn't work with our intelligence agencies. They wouldn't share information. But now, since geopolitics was changing, US was pushing them. Our economy was growing. They saw great opportunities in the Indian economy. It brought these countries closer. A strategic partnership developed between India and Saudi Arabia and India and UAE, and they became our closest partners in the region. For the first time, they moved away from their traditional support to Pakistan, and they started favoring India on critical issues like counterterrorism. They even signed treaties which provided for intelligence sharing and intelligence cooperation. So IB and RAW would work closely with Saudi intelligence and UAE's intelligence, share information and run joint operations as well to apprehend some of the IM terrorists who are hiding in their countries. These top terrorists were detained in West Asian countries and they were handed over to India. Top terrorists of Indian Mujahideen and even Lashkar-e-Toiba who are hiding in these countries. The top IM and Lashkar terrorists, they were targeted and they were arrested in those countries and handed over to India. So this played a critical role in ending the foreign support that came for these terror groups. And domestically, the state police forces through their anti-terrorist cells or anti-terrorist squads, right? They played a big role with our intelligence agencies in wiping out the support base for Indian Mujahideen. Understood? The local radical clerics in India who were involved in preaching radical ideology and in recruiting these terrorists, they were arrested. The local financing networks in India were targeted to break terrorist financing. Targeted intelligence-based operations were carried out, where many terrorists were arrested and killed. And with foreign support from Nepal, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, many terrorists were detained because of our intelligence cooperation, and they were handed over to India as well. This is how India managed to get hold of Yasin Bhatkal. He was arrested along the Nepal border. He remains in an Indian jail today. And many other terrorists were handed over by UAE and Saudi Arabia as well. You might have heard about a top Lashkar terrorist called Abdul Karim Tunda. He was involved in major terror operations in the 90s against India. He was hiding in West Asia and he was involved in supporting Indian Mujahideen. So he was detained in West Asia and handed over to India. So like this, the support we got from these friendly countries played a big role in ending the foreign support and in breaking Indian Mujahideen. Today, the Bhatkal brothers who founded the organization, they remain in Pakistan. They're hiding in Pakistan with ISI support, but the rest of the organization has been wiped out by India. After 2010-11, especially after Yasin Bhatkal was arrested, the organization died and it does not exist anymore. But this again goes on to show the kind of state support Pakistan has given consistently for terrorism against India. Look at the Mumbai attacks, which we have studied since many classes. Look at the audacity of Lashkar-e-Toiba in planning and executing such a devastating attack against Mumbai. Hundreds of Indians were killed, hundreds were injured, foreigners were targeted, high-profile targets were hit. Five-star hotels, the CST railway terminus, right? The Chabad, the Jewish Chabad house was targeted. This exposed Pakistan's direct involvement with such notorious terror groups. So India, which decided not to retaliate at that point, India decided that there's no point in attacking Pakistan. It will only serve the Pakistani narrative. It will only help Pakistan even more. We wanted to utilize that sympathy we had and turn that against Pakistan, to bring that international pressure so that Pakistan will not dare sponsor such attacks against Indian cities and civilian population. This was a turning point for India. According to several former officers who have retired, a series of covert operations were launched because that would prevent a full-out war. If India had retaliated with a military option after Mumbai attacks, as the public wanted, as the media wanted, right, it would have only escalated into a bigger conflict. It would have derailed our economy, and global sympathy would have turned towards Pakistan. Because India is a conventionally superior power, we would have inflicted more damage on Pakistan, and that would have drawn more support and sympathy for Pakistan. That would have defeated our objective. So India resisted the temptation to go to war. India resisted the media pressure and the public pressure to go to war, because that only gives you emotional satisfaction. It only gives you the satisfaction of revenge without giving any concrete results with regard to fighting terrorism. So the then government decided that no matter what the pressure is, we will not employ the military option. This was perceived as a sign of weakness. The government was criticized, the Prime Minister was criticized that India is so weak, we don't punish Pakistan at all. But please understand that government policy is not about satisfying your emotional needs. Policy making has to be driven by a strategy. It can't be driven by emotions. Attacking Pakistan immediately might give you the satisfaction of revenge. It might lead to celebrations across the country that we punished Pakistan. But will it give results? Will it turn global sympathy away from India and towards Pakistan? These are bigger strategic issues which have to be addressed. So given all the options, in that context, in that time, India firmly believed that attacking Pakistan is not the right option, because we will lose in the long run. This is an opportunity which we can use to turn global support in favor of India and ensure that there is constant international pressure on Pakistan. So India engaged in coercive diplomacy. We got solid evidence to link the ISI and the Pakistani armed forces with Lashkar-e-Toiba and the terrorists who carried out the attack. We conclusively proved the state involvement and used this evidence to bring other countries on India's side. US, European countries, West Asian powers, and even other powers like Japan and Australia. They fully backed India, and they brought tremendous pressure on Pakistan through United Nations, through Financial Action Task Force. And this is what has created that pressure on Pakistan. Now, since 2008, you don't see a major attack on an Indian city, on Indian civilian population. This is not a coincidence. It's not happened by accident. This is by design. This is by planning and strategy. It is India's course of diplomacy over the last 15 years, which was continued by the Modi government as well, which has helped in putting that pressure on Pakistan. That is why it has not been able to use Lashkar-e-Toiba again in a major attack against India. The last major Lashkar attack against India was the Mumbai attacks. So following this, what Pakistan has done, it has changed its strategy itself. We have discussed this in the previous class as well. It has adopted a new strategy where it has been using only Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a Kashmir-centric group, to attack defense installations near the disputed border, near the borders of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. Major military sites have been attacked, like Gurdaspur, Pathankot, Uri, Pulwama. All these were military targets, and all the attacks were carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed, not by Lashkar-e-Toiba. Why? There are two very important reasons. One, Jaish-e-Mohammed has a presence in Kashmir. There are few local Kashmiris and Indians who are involved with Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish-e-Mohammed is a more Kashmir-centric organization compared to Lashkar-e-Toiba. And also, if military sites are attacked, we may not get the same support as compared to cities and civilians being attacked. Other countries will not give us the same kind of support and sympathy when military bases are attacked, that too in a disputed area, that too near conflicted borders. They will expect India to have better security to protect the defense installations. Is that clear? So this is one strategy that Pakistan has followed. It's a clear shift in Pakistan's tactics against India. So what Pakistan has done to avoid international pressure, it has stopped using Lashkar-e-Toiba. It has used Jaish-e-Mohammed only to attack military sites. So cities and civilian population has been spared. That's why we don't see major acts of urban terrorism in the last 15 years. And parallelly, it has tried to revive the Khalistan movement. There is a reason why an organized attempt has been made in the last 15 years to revive the dormant Khalistan movement. It's because of this. The Mumbai attacks was a turning point. Pakistan could no longer use all the terror groups against India. So since Pakistan's options were restricted and it wanted to continue the covert war at any cost, it has adopted these new strategies, using only Jaish-e-Mohammed to attack military sites near the border, reviving Khalistan movement in India and abroad, and trying to instigate mob violence and more riots in Kashmir. These are the new tactics that Pakistan has been following, the three new tactics following the Mumbai attacks. So this shows to what extent Pakistan can go. This shows the impact of state-sponsored terrorism against India. That is why India argues in front of the world that we are the biggest victim of state-sponsored terrorism. That is why we call for global support. That is why we call upon the UN, we call upon Western countries and all the major powers to unite, to fight against all forms of terrorism without distinguishing between terrorist groups. Because these organizations are interconnected. They have connections with organized crime, with money laundering. They have support from state intelligence agencies. To break this vicious network, to break this nexus, we need international support. We have to act collectively. So that is the push that India has been giving at all platforms, be it in our bilateral relations with others, be it at global platforms. Our position is exactly the same. We keep insisting that there should be a uniform definition of terrorism. All countries should unite to fight all forms of terrorism without distinguishing between any group. So this approach of India has given some results at least. And trust me, the scale of attacks against India has gone down relatively in the last 15 years compared to before. If you compare the period from 1980s till 2008, if you take those 30 years and compare it with last 15 years, we are in a much better position today. Because our own security has improved. Our intelligence network has improved. Our security measures have become better. Plus, our diplomacy has improved. We are getting more global support. We are engaging in coercive diplomacy, forcing Pakistan to behave according to international law. And parallelly, Pakistan's economy has collapsed. Today, it's in a state where it won't be able to easily sponsor terrorism like before. So all these factors have contributed to the gradual decline in terrorism against India. But it doesn't mean the problem is over. Pakistan will never stop. Pakistan, as I told you, has taken a commitment to bleed India through 1,000 cuts. So what you're seeing is maybe a break, maybe a slight shift in strategy and tactics. But once Pakistan gets the opportunity again, it will go back to the same old methods. It will rely on covert proxy war to weaken India and to destabilize India. So this remains a persistent threat and it remains a challenge for India. And that is why this topic is so important. Because what Pakistan does and how it uses terrorism against India it impacts every other sector in India. It's not just the security domain which is affected. It affects our economy. It affects our society. It threatens the very stability of the Indian state and Indian democracy. So the challenge we are facing from Pakistan is quite an incredible challenge, and it requires persistent efforts to counter these Pakistani designs. So that is why after the Mumbai attacks, we have revamped our counter-terror architecture. The Mumbai attacks was an example for India. It was a learning lesson. India drew some very important lesson from the Mumbai attacks because it had exposed the gaps in our security, in our intelligence. The Mumbai attacks were an intelligence failure. It exposed the gaps in our coastal and maritime security. It exposed the weakness in our legal framework to fight terrorism. It exposed the institutional gap when it came to fighting terrorism. So after Mumbai attacks, the Manmohan Singh government and then the Modi government, both the Manmohan Singh government and Modi government later, they both have initiated several measures to strengthen India's counter-terror capabilities. So let's take a quick look at the counter-terror architecture that has been set up in India post 2008. Let's take a look at this. Let's understand the institutions that were created, the reforms that were carried out, and the law that we have, the various laws that we have which helps us fight against terrorism. Let us discuss about these initiatives. The first major step that India took up was the establishment of a dedicated law enforcement agency. A dedicated law enforcement agency was set up to counter terrorism. Within few weeks after the Mumbai attacks, the Manmohan Singh government introduced a bill in the parliament in December 2009. Right? This was just, December 2008. Just few weeks after the Mumbai attacks. Mumbai attacks happened on 26th November in 2008. Just few weeks later in December in the winter session, a bill was introduced in the parliament and enacted by the parliament. This was the NIA Act. A new law was passed by the parliament that provided for the establishment of a new counter-terror agency, the NIA, National Investigation Agency. This is one of the biggest reforms India introduced in the field of counter-terrorism. Let me explain why. You need to understand why this was such a big reform. What is the NIA? What does it do? What are the key provisions of the Act? This could come as a mains question. Maybe a 10-mark or even 15-mark question can be asked on the role of NIA in countering terrorism. The provisions of the NIA Act, the recent amendments which have been done to the NIA Act. So let's take a look at this. Please stay focused, write down the points along with me. Until 2008, believe it or not, we did not have a dedicated counter-terror agency in the country. Even though we were the biggest victims of terrorism, we were suffering from terrorism for 30 plus years. Right? Since 1980s, we have been affected by state-sponsored terrorism. If you take Northeast insurgency and Naxalism, right, we have been suffering from such acts of extremism from 1947, from 1950s. And yet, we did not have a dedicated national law enforcement agency to counter terror. So the question is, until 2008, which institution or which agency was handling counter-terror cases? That is the question. Now, first, I want you to understand the difference between law enforcement agency, law enforcement and investigating agency, and an intelligence agency. What's the basic difference between the two? Now, you might say that, sir, didn't we have IB and DRAW to fight terrorism? Didn't we have state police? to fight terrorism? Didn't we have the CBI to fight terrorism? Right? That would be an obvious question. So to understand this, you should know the difference between law enforcement and investigation and intelligence. These are two different domains when it comes to security and policing. It's a concept that you need to understand. When it comes to security and policing in the country, there are two specialist domains. One is the domain of intelligence. The other is the domain of law enforcement and investigation. In the domain of intelligence, the role of an intelligence agency like IB or RAW is to collect information, collect classified information which is not available otherwise, to collect confidential information which we call as intelligence, to run covert operations, secret operations for the state in order to protect the interests of the state. This is the role of an intelligence agency. Your intelligence agencies do not have the powers to file a case, to investigate a case, or to collect evidence, or to file a charge sheet. In fact, they don't even have the powers to arrest anyone. They will not have the powers to prosecute the arrested accused. This is not the job of an intelligence agency. Intelligence agencies are set up not through a law in India. They have no legal backing. They have no legal backing in the country. There is no legal backing for IB and RAW. They are secret organizations, covert organizations set up through government resolutions, through government orders. They are accountable only to the government, only to the center. Is that clear? They function in a very opaque manner. They're not answerable to the parliament. They're not answerable to the media, to the public. They're answerable only to the government of the day. So such intelligence agencies which specialize in intelligence gathering, which specialize in covert operations, they do not have the powers to register a case, to investigate or even arrest the accused. They don't have powers to collect evidence during investigation or file for a charge sheet and take the case for prosecution. This is the job of your law enforcement investigating agency. This is done by your state police at the state level. The state police have two primary roles. One is to maintain public order, to deal with local law and order situations, deal with riots, maintain stability, maintain peace. And the other is to investigate the crimes and enforce the law. That's why they are called law enforcement agencies, meaning they have a legal backing. They're set up through a law. They are enforcing certain provisions of the law. Is that clear? Of course, state police will have their own intelligence agencies as well. At the state level, there will be a state level intelligence bureau that specializes in intelligence gathering. But primary role of your state police is to maintain public order, maintain the law and order situation, and to investigate all the crimes, all the offenses. So state police forces are set up by the Police Act. Every state will have its own version of the Police Act because policing is a state subject. Maintaining public order is a state subject. So every state would have passed a law that gives legal backing to the state police, which means the state police is accountable. They're answerable to the public. They're held accountable in the Legislative Assembly. All right? They enforce laws such as the Indian Penal Code, CRPC, etc. Of course, now it has been replaced with the new laws. It has been replaced by the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and the other new laws that have been introduced to replace these colonial era laws. But please understand that your police is essentially a law enforcement investigating agency. It's maintaining law and order. and investigating crime at the state level, enforcing the laws that provides for its existence. That is the purpose of your state police. So just like the state government has the state police maintaining order and enforcing the law, similarly, the center will also have its own police forces, investigating forces, and law enforcement agencies. CBI is a classic example. Enforcement Directorate, Narcotics Control Bureau. All these are examples of central law enforcement and investigating agencies. They are set up through a law. They are enforcing certain laws. So only they have the powers to arrest the accused, to register a case, investigate the case, collect evidence, file a charge sheet against the accused, and take the case for prosecution in a court. These powers don't exist with intelligence agencies. IB and RAW, they cannot investigate, they can't enforce any law. Is that clear? Please understand this fundamental difference when it comes to security and policing. Understood? Now, for example, in the US, I'll give you a comparison. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, it's a foreign intelligence agency of the US. Now, the CIA will not register a case and investigate a case. It will not arrest the accused. It only runs intelligence operations, collects intelligence, runs covert operations. Whereas FBI of the US, which is responsible for homeland security, that is domestic internal security in the US, it is both intelligence agency and law enforcement agency. That is how they are set up in the US. The CIA is accountable to the US Congress. The CIA has some legal backing, even though it's an intelligence agency, unlike India, right? The CIA is answerable. The congressmen, the senators, the intelligence committees, they can question the CIA. They can question the FBI as well. So FBI, which is their domestic intelligence and law enforcement agency, handles both the responsibilities. In India, the setup is like this. Our intelligence agencies are not legal. They don't have a legal backing. Usually in most democracies, in Western democracies, intelligence agencies are set up through a law. You take United Kingdom as well, for example. Look at their intelligence agencies, that is MI5, MI6. They are answerable to the British Parliament. They are set up through a law passed with the Parliament. The standing committees on intelligence, they can question MI5 and MI6. But in India, that can't be done. Our MPs or any committee cannot question IB and RAW because they have no legal backing, no legal existence. They are set up only through government orders, and hence they are answerable only to the government. So this is a point of criticism as well, because this leads to more opaqueness in their operations. They might be misused by the ruling party. There is a concern that ruling party at the center can misuse such central agencies which are not fully accountable, right? But intelligence agencies, when it comes to counterterrorism, they play a very big role through their intelligence collection and their covert operations. They play a big role in counterterrorism. Is that clear? What do? IB domestically collects intelligence. It tries to infiltrate the terrorist groups. It tries to intercept their communication. And based on that intelligence, it will pass on the information to other forces which will conduct targeted operations. We studied this in Naxalism as well, under Khalistan movement as well. Similarly, RAW, which is the Foreign Intelligence Agency of India, it focuses on foreign operations in other countries. It will focus on the foreign support available to these terror groups. It will try to infiltrate these groups, collect information, right? Run these covert operations to dismantle the terrorist network, to target their finances, to target the top leaders, generate specific intelligence which we can use to target these groups. So that is what IB and RAW do as part of their counterterrorism responsibilities. But they cannot investigate a case. Let's say there is a terror attack in India. Let's say few bombs went off in Mumbai. Now, even though IB RAW will be involved in handling the incident, they can't investigate the case. They can't register the case. They can't go and arrest the accused. They don't have those powers. This is where a law enforcement investigating agency comes in. So before 2002, I'll tell you how the setup was. Before the Mumbai attacks in 2008, if there was an attack in India, terror attack, usually the case would be taken up by the concerned state police. the concerned state police would take up the investigation of any terror case in the country. Now, this was a flawed approach. Why? Because our state police forces, they suffer from various deficiencies. They're not well trained, they lack the motivation, right? They lack the skills. They don't have the right weapons, the right equipment, the right technology. And as you have studied, terror groups are much more advanced. They have adopted technology, they have embraced online internet platforms, new forms of financial transactions, right? They use encrypted platforms to communicate. They have networks across multiple states and across countries. Terrorism is today a global problem, a transnational problem. Let's say an attack happened in Mumbai. The planning might have been done in some West Asian country. The money might have come in from Europe. The terrorists might have been trained in Pakistan. Weapons might have come in from Bangladesh or Myanmar. So imagine the transnational linkages. In every terror attack, there will be involvement of multiple states. So one state police cannot investigate or deal with such terror attacks. They lack the capabilities, the skills. See, in every state, the state police will have a anti-terrorist cell or an anti-terrorist squad, ATC, ATS. So before the Mumbai attacks, before 2008, if there was a terror incident, the concerned ATC or ATS of the state police would take up the case. The local police station under whose jurisdiction the attack has happened, they would register a case. It would be handed over to the ATC or the ATS. They would take up the investigation. Now, the problem here was they would never be effective. They would fail to crack the case. They would be very poor in forensics. They would fail to collect the right evidences, right? Moreover, they didn't have the right motivation. Poor recruitment, poor training is something which has always affected our state police forces. And the lack of capabilities and skills to deal with interstate transnational problems. So as a result, our fight against terrorism was weakening. On one hand, intelligence agencies are trying to do their job, which is to collect intelligence, run covert operations to target the groups, because they are also involved in counterterrorism. But it's equally important to enforce the law against terrorism, to arrest the terrorists, prove their guilt, get evidence to prove their guilt in a court and get them punished. That is how you secure justice to the victims of a terror attack. That is how you create a deterrence to prevent future terrorists from getting involved in these attacks, or to prevent indoctrinated youth from joining terrorist organizations. So it's very important to deliver justice, to thoroughly investigate a case, arrest the right person who's involved in the attack, not target some person who's not even attached to the attack. So collecting that evidence, investigating that becomes crucial. But our state police forces were failing to do this. They did register some success. I'm not saying that they were entirely useless. Be it Maharashtra police, Delhi police, right? Even Karnataka and other state police forces, they did see some success against terror cases, but it wasn't that effective. In many cases, since they would be under a lot of pressure from the state government, and police forces are heavily politicized, there's a lot of political involvement in managing the police force. So under public and media pressure, the government, the politicians would put pressure on the police forces. So what they would do is, if they fail to crack the case, they would go and arrest some innocents who are not even involved with the attack, and they would pin the blame on them. They would plant evidence on them. This was the derailment of justice. It was a miscarriage of justice. The actual terrorists would run away. They would never be arrested and punished. Some innocents would get trapped and they would suffer. They would be tortured in custody. Custodial deaths have taken place. Finally, it will take years for the cases to reach the courts. And finally, courts would dismiss these cases. Why? Because evidence was never present against them. Whatever evidence was there, it was falsified or planted evidence by the police. Why did the police do that? Because they were under pressure. They were incapable. So this was weakening our fight against terrorism. Now, innocents who are trapped in these cases, imagine their lives are ruined, their careers are ruined. Those who are released later, they will hold a grudge against the state. They'll hold resentment against the state. They have suffered for years without being involved in the terror attack. So that creates a vicious cycle which could further breed terrorism as well. So this approach was ineffective. Now let's say high-profile terror attacks happened before 2008. If state police was unable to crack them, then the case was handed over to CBI. CBI is a central law enforcement agency. It's seen as an elite premier law enforcement investigating agency of the center. So CBI was dealing with terror cases as well at the central level. If state police was handling the terror cases at the state level through their ATS or ATC, some high profile cases involving interstate ramifications or transnational ramifications, when state police were ineffective, those cases would be transferred to the CBI. Now you might say this is a good approach. At least we have a central elite law enforcement investigating agency. Let me tell you, even this was a very flawed approach, because the CBI was never meant to fight terrorism. If you look at the background of CBI, the history, it was set up as an anti-corruption agency to tackle corruption within the government. It has a colonial origin. It was set up by the British as a special police establishment. The purpose was to check corruption within the government departments, within government agencies. Later, after independence, we transformed this into CBI. And its mandate has always been anti-corruption. Its primary goal is to fight corruption within the government. But since we didn't have any other specialized central agency, we started handing all major cases to CBI. High-profile crimes started happening. Rapes, kidnappings, murders, which couldn't be cracked by the state police. So whenever there was a question on the ability of the state police, those cases would be transferred to CBI. Then as our economy opened up in 1990s, right, we started getting foreign investments, large-scale economic transactions started happening. So many high-profile economic scandals and crimes started taking place. The Harshad Mehta scam, the Abdul Karim Teregi scandal, such economic offenses started breaking out. Those economic offenses were also given to CBI. Some high-profile terror cases, like assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi by LTT and few other major bomb blasts in Delhi and Mumbai, were given to CBI. Now, how can one organization, which was mainly set up for dealing with corruption, deal with economic offenses, regular crimes, and even terrorism? This is an impossible task, because counterterrorism is a specialist role. You need a professional force with special skills, special resources to dedicate everything to fight terrorism. You can't have one agency like CBI, which has already been questionable. Its efficiency, its integrity has always been under question. It's always been alleged that CBI is ineffective. It's used only by the ruling party to target opposition leaders and state governments. How can such a force be used to fight terrorism? But that is what we had. Before 2008, we did not have a single dedicated law enforcement agency to counter terror. It was either state police, which were dealing with it. In many cases, they were ineffective. They wouldn't catch the actual terrorists. They would go behind some innocents, frame them, and they would derail justice. So essentially, it was enabling terrorism. Terrorists had no cost. They knew that they could run away, they could escape. CBI, which would step in, which in some cases would be handled to CBI, was dealing with multiple cases. It lacked the skills, the expertise needed to counter terrorism. So the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to law enforcement and investigation with regard to counter-terrorism, we did not have an effective central agency. Is that clear? Counter-terrorism was handled by intelligence agencies only under the intelligence domain, but they don't have powers to investigate and prosecute. State police, as we clearly studied, were ineffective. They were failing again and again. Take the example of Indian Mujahideen. State police was struggling to deal with Indian Mujahideen because it was an interstate transnational problem. It was only because of involvement of IB and RAW and coordination between center and states and international support that we could defeat Indian Mujahideen, right? Or else our fight against terrorism has always been very weak due to the absence of a dedicated law enforcement agency. CBI at the center, which dealt with some terror cases in the past, was an ineffective organization. It was never meant to fight counterterrorism. It was never meant, rather, for counterterrorism. A corruption agency dealing with economic crimes and high-profile cases, how can it deal with terrorism, right? So this was the critical gap in our fight against terrorism before the Mumbai attacks. So within weeks of the attacks, the NIA bill was tabled in the parliament by the Manmohan Singh government. It was enacted by the parliament, and the NIA Act became one of the single biggest reforms in India with regard to counterterrorism. Today, we have a dedicated elite national agency that deals with counterterrorism. It enforces the law. It has the investigating powers. It is a law enforcement investigating agency. It is different from IB and RAW. Please don't get confused. I know that many students have asked the same question again and again. They always get confused between IB, RAW and NIA. How are they different? They are different because IB, RAW are intelligence agencies. They can only collect intelligence, run secret operations, but they don't have the powers to investigate. They don't have the powers to file a case, to prosecute the terrorists. They can't get justice for the victims. That is where NIA comes in. It can register the case, take up investigation, arrest the accused terrorists, whoever was involved in supporting the terror attack, build evidence against them, then take the case for prosecution and get them punished in a court. So NIA today is the premier or elite anti-terror law enforcement agency in the country. Is that clear? The NIA Act has given exclusive national jurisdiction to the NIA over all terror attacks happening in the country. NIA need not wait for permissions from state police and state government. Is that clear? Any terror attack in India, across India, NIA can claim immediate jurisdiction. It need not get permissions from state governments. It need not get approvals from the state police. Of course, state police, they can file their own case. State police will have their own powers, of course, as part of center-state relations. State police also have the mandate. They have the authority as well. They can register their own case. But NIA can step in and take over the case completely from the state police if required. So be it an attack in Punjab or in Jammu and Kashmir or in Northeast India or an Naxal attack, any terrorist incident in the country comes under the exclusive purview of NIA. NIA can claim jurisdiction over all terror attacks and terror incidents in the country. Is that clear? So that is a tremendous power which has been given. So NIA Act provides exclusive national jurisdiction to NIA to investigate all terror incidents in the country. But please remember this, it's a very, very important point. Next, the law establishes special NIA courts to fast track the cases so that quick justice can be delivered. Delivering swift justice is the best way to establish deterrence against any offense. Is that clear? NIA is enforcing two basic laws, two primary laws. One is the NIA Act itself and UAPA, which is our primary law against terrorism. NIA Act provides for the establishment of NIA, defines the role, the powers of NIA. UAPA defines terrorism, defines the terror-related offenses and the punishments for it. So these are the two laws enforced by NIA. NIA Act and UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. So any terror attack in the country, NIA can step in, claim jurisdiction. Even if state police are running their own parallel case and investigation, NIA can still claim jurisdiction and even take over the case if required. It need not wait for any approvals, any permissions. It can simply take over jurisdiction and investigate any terror incident in India. There are special NIA courts to fast track these cases so that quick justice can be delivered. And the NIA has been provided with adequate resources and manpower. Today, it's a formidable agency. It has its own investigating units, forensics, cyber forensics, right? Financial experts, because in terror attacks, financial transactions are involved, complex financial transactions are involved. So NIA deals with all these areas that are connected with acts of terrorism, even with elements of organized crime, money laundering, which have connections to a terror attack, can be investigated by NIA. So it has been given all the technical resources, dedicated manpower, which is well trained, which is highly motivated, right? There are NIA offices around the country. It's headquartered in Delhi, but NIA has offices around the country, and it can take over any terror attack and terror incident in the country. Is that clear? So that is how India initiated a big reform when it comes to counterterrorism. Now, this act was amended in 2019. The Modi government has expanded this law and given more powers to NIA through the 2019 amendment. This is another very important point. NIA Act has been amended recently, and you should know what the amended provisions are. The amendment has expanded NIA's jurisdiction. Today, NIA can have foreign jurisdiction as well, meaning it can investigate terror attacks taking place in foreign countries. Now, how can this be done and why is it relevant? Let's understand this. Before this amendment, there were a couple of attacks in our neighboring countries which was connected to India, which affected India's interests. One was the Easter Sunday bombings of 2019 in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, a major terror attack occurred in 2019. It was carried out by a Sri Lankan terrorist group called National Tawheed Jamaat, NTJ. It's a Sri Lanka-based terrorist organization, National Tawheed Jamaat. It is inspired by the Islamic State. It claims itself to be the ISIS branch in Sri Lanka. It's a local Sri Lankan terror group comprising of Sri Lankan citizens. Is that clear? But its ideology, its allegiance is with ISIS ideology, with Islamic State. So in the name of Islamic State, it carried out a major attack in Sri Lanka in 2019 called the Easter Sunday bombings. Many churches were targeted. Got it? Now, these terrorists of NTJ, the top leaders, they had few connections in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Before the attack, they were entering India. They were moving to Kerala and Tamil Nadu while planning and organizing this attack in Sri Lanka. India's RAW was monitoring the group. We were carrying out surveillance on these terrorist leaders and monitoring their operations in the country. We had passed this intelligence to Sri Lanka as well, warning Sri Lanka that an attack is likely to happen. But unfortunately, Sri Lankan authorities failed to prevent the attack, even after India giving very specific intelligence about the outfit. So obviously, when the attack took place, it was of concern for India. Because if NTJ could execute such a big attack in Sri Lanka, the same could be done in India as well. Because these terrorists had connections in India. They had some local support in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. That is why they were coming to India while planning and organizing the attack. So this was an attack of interest for India. India wanted to further dive deep into this attack to investigate the NTJ. Then there was another incident in Afghanistan. In Kabul, a Sikh Gurudwara was targeted. A Sikh Gurudwara was attacked in Kabul. by ISIS-K, ISIS Khorasan or Islamic State Khorasan province. This is the ISIS branch in Afghanistan. ISIS, which is mainly centered in Iraq, Syria, it has multiple branches. Just like NTJ of Sri Lanka, it adopted the ISIS ideology. On similar lines, there are few local terrorists in Afghanistan which have raised the flag of ISIS-K. It's also called ISIS Khorasan province. So this terror group carried out a major attack in Kabul, attacked a Sikh Gurudwara, and the religious minorities were targeted. Now, obviously, this is of interest to India because Afghanistan is a focus country for us. Whatever happens in Afghanistan has a direct bearing on India. Plus, religious minorities were targeted. The Sikhs were targeted. So, obviously, India is worried about the well-being, the welfare of the Sikh community in Afghanistan. So, because of these two attacks that took place back to back in our neighboring countries, India realized that our law enforcement agency should have foreign jurisdiction. If required, we should have the ability to file cases even when attacks happen in foreign countries. Right? But of course, this depends on the permission that has to be obtained from the foreign government. If NIA wants to investigate such foreign attacks, which concerns India, it can file a case. But to actually go to the country and send our officers and investigate, we need permission. We need approval of the other countries. That is always there. So through diplomatic relations, we'll work that out. We'll request the other country to give us permission to join their investigation. And if the country approves, if they give the approval, then NIA will register the case and join the investigation in the other country. We'll send our officers to collect some evidence, to share information with the other country, and to coordinate with this investigation. This is very similar to the powers given to FBI. In fact, India has drawn from that. The FBI of the United States has foreign jurisdiction. For example, when Mumbai attacks took place, FBI joined our investigation. How? Because the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which carried out the Mumbai attacks, had targeted American citizens. It had targeted European citizens and the Jewish prayer center. This was of concern for the FBI, right? So FBI requested India to join the investigation, and the law in US allows FBI to have foreign jurisdiction. So India being a friendly country, right? We wanted American help as well in investigating the attack. So we gave permission to FBI, and FBI joined the investigations that India conducted. So similarly, through the NIA Act, by amending it, we have given foreign jurisdiction to NIA. The amendment also extends the investigating powers and jurisdiction of NIA to look at cases involving organized crime, money laundering, or any involvement of nuclear material, or even acts of cyber crimes and cyber warfare with a terrorist angle. If any such connections are there, right, NIA can step in and file a case. Because see, here jurisdiction is with other agencies. Now let's say, for example, incidents of cyber crimes and cyber warfare and cyber espionage. They come under CERT-In and other cyber agencies of the country. Organized crime, money laundering, they are dealt with by Narcotics Control Bureau, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Enforcement Directorate, right? They have jurisdiction over there. But if there is a terrorist connection, NIA will also step in. It can also claim jurisdiction and take over these cases. Got it? Now let's say, for example, ED is investigating a money laundering case, or Narcotics Control Bureau is investigating a drug-related case. If some evidence comes up that these criminal activities were connected to a terror attack, NIA can step in and file a parallel case and even take over the case from there. Or parallelly, they'll share the jurisdiction and they can continue the investigation. So specific provisions have been added through the amendment. For example, if nuclear material is used in a terror attack, if there is a violation of the Atomic Act that we have, the Atomic Energy Act, NIA can claim jurisdiction. That is an example of nuclear terrorism. If a major act of cyber warfare is launched against India by a terror group, NIA can take up the case as cyber terrorism. So such extended jurisdiction was given through the amendment to ensure NIA can deal with these cases which have connections with organized crime, money laundering, cyber terrorism, and usage of nuclear material. Is that clear? These are some major changes that have been done, and even more powers have been given as well through the amendment. Some restructuring was done and additional powers were given, but those are minor changes. But these are the two big changes that were done through the amendment. Foreign jurisdiction was given, and connected crimes with terrorism can also be taken up by NIA. Understood? So this is what you should know about the National Investigation Agency. These are the extensive powers given to NIA, and that's why I told you this is a major reform that India introduced. Is that clear? So please be prepared. You can expect a prelims question as well. You never know. On NIA, its role and functions, maybe a basic prelims question can be asked, or a 10-mark, 15-mark mains question can be asked. So you should be able to explain why the establishment of NIA was significant. Previously, we didn't have a dedicated law enforcement agency. Either state police were dealing with it, they were ineffective, or CBI was dealing with it sometimes, and we didn't have any dedicated central agency. So finally, following Mumbai attacks, NIA was created with legal backing, with clearly defined jurisdiction, powers, roles, and responsibilities. Today, NIA has been able to successfully crack many terror cases. There are multiple cases it is investigating, and it has seen a very good success rate. So this has really improved our fight against terrorism, and more importantly, it has helped in delivering justice to the victims of terrorism. Got it? So after the break, we'll take a half-an-hour break. We'll come back and we'll discuss the other changes. We will talk about the legal framework, because after Mumbai attacks, we amended the UAPA. The UAPA was strengthened by giving more stringent provisions to step up our fight against terrorism. The legal framework is also very important. I will have a small discussion on this. I will take you through the different laws India has had, which were meant to fight terrorism in the country. We'll evaluate them, including the recent amendments that were done to UAPA. We'll talk about something called NCTC. There was a proposal to set up another platform called National Counterterrorism Center to share intelligence, to pool intelligence between different agencies, to improve coordination between them. But this proposal was shot down. It was only a proposal. But the proposal was shot down by state governments and even by central agencies like IB and RAW. They were against the creation of this platform. Let me explain this quickly, then we can take the break. See, the Mumbai attacks had exposed the critical gaps in our intelligence and security. Because IB had some piece of information, RAW was sitting on some piece of intelligence, but the failure to share intelligence on time in a proper manner between different agencies had in a way led to the attack being allowed to take place. What I'm saying is that intelligence agencies have a lot of information with them. They have a lot of inputs that they receive on a daily basis. Generally, intelligence agencies are very guarded. They are very secretive. They don't give out information to others, even within the government, because that could compromise their sources. It could compromise their ongoing operations. So they're very protective about sharing information. But this sometimes can create a gap in the security architecture. If IB RAW are not cooperating all the time, they're not sharing all the information together, they might actually have pieces of information which could have helped in preventing an attack. I'm not saying 26/11 attacks were allowed to happen. No, I'm not saying that. That's a conspiracy theory. What I'm saying is, in the system, different agencies will have different pieces of information. If you bring them together, you can see the bigger picture. Maybe, right? Potentially, you'll be able to prevent those attacks. This was the experience of United States as well. During 9/11 attacks, FBI and CIA were sitting on crucial pieces of intelligence, which they did not share on time with the other. The CIA knew something very specific about the upcoming Al-Qaeda attack, which it did not share with the FBI. Why? Because CIA wanted to protect its source. Got it? See, again, regarding 9/11 attacks, there are a lot of conspiracy theories that US allowed the attack to happen. Those are nonsense theories. Don't believe that. Intelligence agencies, they do successfully prevent many attacks from happening, which we never hear about, because they were all part of covert operations. Sometimes, right, when there is a slip, when there is a miss, some attacks go through, and that is what we hear about. So we start blaming the agencies entirely. This is a very complicated world. It's a very complex job as well. They don't get credit for the attacks they prevent, but they get blamed for the attacks that happen. For every attack that happens, there would be many attacks that would have prevented actually, which we never hear about. But of course, it's important also to acknowledge that the attacks which do happen, it happens because of intelligence failure. Not deliberate failure, but this is a systemic failure. In any organization, in any system, there will be flaws in the structure, in the design of the organization. So in the US, when 9/11 attacks were being planned by Al-Qaeda, different agencies knew something about the attack. Like, for example, the CIA had infiltrated an Al-Qaeda module in Southeast Asia. A top secret meeting was held in Indonesia where Al-Qaeda leaders were discussing a possible attack by hijacking airplanes. So the CIA knew this. It had planted an agent who had infiltrated this Al-Qaeda module. So they had very reliable intelligence that Al-Qaeda was possibly planning an attack by hijacking commercial airplanes, right? Now, CIA held on to this information. It did not share it on time with FBI. Why? Not with any wrong motivation, wrong intention. Just that CIA wanted to protect the source. It wanted to protect its method of operations. Now, parallelly, something else was happening in the US. The FBI was monitoring few suspected individuals who had recently entered the country. These guys who came from few countries like Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, etc., they were already under watch. They were suspected individuals. They joined flying schools in the US. They learned how to fly planes. So FBI was always suspicious about them. It had maintained surveillance on them. And eventually, these were the guys who were the Al-Qaeda terrorists who went on to hijack the planes. Despite having these two specific pieces of information, US did not prevent the attack. Why? Because CIA did not share one piece of information, FBI didn't share the other piece of information. Even though FBI was monitoring these suspected terrorists who had joined flying schools learning how to fly planes, FBI could never imagine in its wildest dreams that the terrorists will hijack planes and fly them like missiles into buildings. Because FBI didn't know that Al-Qaeda may be planning such an attack. The CIA didn't know that the Al-Qaeda has already put this plan into action, that Al-Qaeda terrorists have entered US. If they had pieced the information together, they might have seen the bigger picture. They might have prevented the attack. It's all possibility. It's all a probability. It's not that it would have happened. It might have happened. This is what came out to the 9/11 Commission, which investigated the security lapses in the US. So based on the findings of the 9/11 Commission, the US created a platform called NCTC, National Counterterrorism Center. This is a platform where all the American intelligence agencies come together to share intelligence with each other. To prevent another such failure, the FBI, CIA, all the defense-related intelligence agencies, right? The DIA and others, then even the National Security Agency of the US, they all come together here at this platform to share whatever information they have, which might help in preventing future attacks. So similarly, we suggested a model as well. The Manmohan Singh government, the then Home Minister Chidambaram, after Mumbai attack suggested that, see, there has been an intelligence lapse. The IB had some crucial information, RAW had some crucial inputs, but we never pieced the information together. NTRO had a crucial piece of intelligence, but we never pieced the information to see what the attack was about. So we need a platform like NCTC. So the government of India proposed this idea that let's create this platform called NCTC where intelligence sharing can take place. But however, it was opposed very strongly by state governments and by intelligence agencies themselves. Why? Because the government of India went one step ahead than the US. In US, NCTC has no powers. NCTC has no investigating powers. It doesn't have any executive powers. It is only a platform where all intelligence agencies share some valuable information to help the other understand about the gravity of the threats. It's about sharing and pooling of information in the US. But in India, the model was different. The model proposed in India was different. The Manmohan Singh government proposed executive powers to NCTC, meaning it would be a parallel investigating and intelligence agency of its own. So it would have powers to arrest, like NIA. It will run its own covert operations. It will have powers to investigate and arrest as well. So it's like a mixture of intelligence and law enforcement agency that was proposed. Now this proposal was shot down because this would have no legal backing. See, NIA was supported because it was a legal organization set up to the parliament through a parliamentary law, which means NIA is answerable to the parliament. But NCTC was being set up through a government proposal, through a government resolution. So state governments were worried that ruling party at center will misuse NCTC to deliberately target opposition leaders. Because this has happened with CBI. It has happened with IT department, with enforcement directorate, where this ruling party at the center has frequently misused the central agencies to target opposition leaders and state governments ruled by the opposition parties. This is a very serious legitimate concern. So state governments strongly oppose the creation of NCTC. Similarly, IB and RAW did not want any dilution of their jurisdiction. Then what is the point of creating NIA? What's the point of having IB and RAW if you're creating a new parallel agency with both intelligence and law enforcement powers? Right? So because of this strong opposition, the proposal was dropped. NCTC was never created in India. Even though the idea was great, the design, the overall model was not right for India. Because the government suggested executive powers to NCTC. If it was only an intelligence sharing platform, it would have easily been set up. But since government wanted to give executive powers, it raised questions, right? States were concerned, opposition parties were concerned that such an agency which is too powerful can be misused. If it has no accountability, no legal backing, ruling parties can easily misuse that organization. IB, RAW and NIA were concerned that if you're creating a new agency with both intelligence and law enforcement powers, then why do we have NIA, IB and RAW? There is a clear jurisdictional overlap. So because of this opposition, both at center and state, NCTC proposal was dropped. But however, under the Intelligence Bureau, an intelligence sharing platform has been created. It's called the MAC, Multi-Agency Center. Multi-Agency Center. This was established under IB, which is basically a platform for intelligence sharing between different intelligence agencies of the country, especially counter-terror related intelligence. So IB, RAW, NTRO, then even the intelligence agencies of the armed forces, so military intelligence of the army, naval and air intelligence of the Navy and Air Force, right? They all come together under MAC to pool any information they have which can help in counterterrorism. So one intelligence sharing platform exists under the IB. Understood? So NCTC was not set up due to the strong opposition, but an intelligence sharing platform has been created. It's called MAC, Multi-Agency Center, under the IB itself. So various agencies come together under MAC, right? And they share any information which can help in counterterrorism efforts. So this is where I would like to stop the discussion. Let's take a 30 minutes break. Please take a 30 minutes break. It's 11:40. Let's come back at 12:10. Okay? And then we will start the next discussion. We will talk about something called NAT grid, and we will discuss the legal framework that we have in India to fight terrorism. We'll take a look at the laws that we have against terrorism. So after this, we will wrap up this chapter by looking at the global efforts of India, and I'll also introduce you to some global terrorist organizations. You should have awareness about major terror groups in the world. So this is the last discussion, and we'll look at PYQs after that. So come back at 12:10 and we are going to restart the discussion. Whatever questions and doubts you have, please post them in the next link and I'll take up all your questions after the break.